Good morning. Hope you're having a great week. It's Wednesday, July 1st, 10:50 a.m. Central Daylight Time, local time here. I don't know. We are, I don't know what town I'm near. I am not too far from Union. I delivered in Union City, Tennessee, and then I drove like an hour southwest of Union City, Tennessee, and I just crossed the border over into Missouri and then pulled over and stopped at this little truck parking area. So we're in Missouri.
Continue on I-155 west for 3 miles.
Let me get up here and I spent about 30 minutes watching YouTube videos on Uber Eats drivers and just Uber drivers in general. I've been doing a little bit of research on the gig work to see if it's worth pursuing. I also checked out the price of the van that I would like to get to do gig work, and it is way too expensive. It's the Ford, I don't remember what in the hell it's called. It's a Ford van, the Ford Travel or something like that. I forget what in the hell it is. There's something hanging out from the bottom of that car. Probably why they're on the shoulder.
In 2 miles, take exit 4 for State Highway U toward Caruthersville.
Let me make sure the focus is maxed out, max distance focus. So yeah, I didn't do a whole lot of digging through. That van, by the way, is like $60,000 brand new. I don't know how much it is used. I was not looking at buying a new one. I was hoping to find one that had like 50 or 100,000 miles on it. That was a fairly new model year. Something that was fairly new but had a lot of miles. I would rather have that than something that's old with little miles. So I didn't do a whole lot of digging on it.
In half a mile, take exit 4 for State Highway U toward Caruthersville.
But yeah, I might not be able to. I might have to start looking at a different possible vehicle. But oh my goodness, is this a whole bunch of Mavericks? Nope.
In 1,000 feet, turn left onto State Highway U.
All three of them have different company logos on the doors, but they are three like identical trucks. They're all the same color, same model, same everything. And here's another one that looks the same. And that one is Maverick. So there's 4 flatbeds that look nearly identical, same color, and they had 4 different company logos on the doors. Maybe they were all Mavericks, but 3 of them were owner-operators that had, like, their own company logos. It did not look like if they were owner-operator company logos, then those owner-operators are going all out because they look like professional, like, company logos. It wasn't just, somebody went to Home Depot and got some letters and stuck it on the side of their truck. It had a design to it. So anyway, before we get too big into the gig work stuff, what's going on with me? Well, I delivered to Union City, and I didn't know where I was going. So I just started driving in the direction of New Orleans. I didn't have as much time on my clock at the end of the delivery as I thought I would. And there's very little options for parking around here. So the very first spot that I saw that I could park in, I stopped at. So I had about 2 hours to find a parking spot, and I found a spot after 1 hour. And then this morning, Caitlin sent me a picture of a Raycon. Apparently, Caitlin has asked Tony what information he shares with me, and he told her everything. So she sent me pictures of Raycons in the past several times, but she always hides the amount that's being paid. And something has changed in the last 1 to 2 weeks where now she's not hiding that information anymore. So she must have been, asked Tony if he shows me the full price. She asked me a couple weeks ago, before she sent me a Raycon, she was like, what information do you get on the Raycon? I think she asked me if I'd ever seen one of their Raycons. I was like, yeah. Tony sent me a couple of pictures of your Raycons. She's like, really? Okay. Because she's going to send me a Raycon, and she was trying to figure out what information she needed to hide from me. And she hid the amount that was being paid. But over the last couple of weeks, she sent me like 2 or 3, 4 Raycons, and she stopped hiding the pay on them.
In half a mile, take exit 1A for I-55 South, US 61 South toward Memphis.
Just a second here, we're merging on to I-55 South.
Take exit 1A.
So she sent me a Raycon. Oh, shit. Son of a bitch. I thought this was I-55. All right, I fucked up. No, I still needed to take one more exit. I'd already taken like 2 or 3 exits. I know Google was telling me, take that exit, but
In 600 feet, make a U-turn at South Pemiscot Street.
uh-oh, we gotta do a U-turn on a highway.
South Pemiscot Street.
At least it's not a busy highway.
Continue on US 412 East for half a mile.
I'm gonna have to do a hard break here in a second because there was some weird stuff happening whenever I pressed the brake right there.
In half a mile, slight right onto the I-55 South, US 61 South ramp to Memphis.
All right, let's try doing some hard braking on this exit. Nothing.
Right onto the I-55 South ramp.
Let's try again.
I-55 South.
Nothing. It's really smooth. Maybe it was the road surface. Something felt weird whenever I was coming to a stop there. Something felt really weird. I might have gone over like some rough road surface or something. All right. Here we go. Getting on the interstate. And we're already doing 65. Isn't it nice to be empty? If I were max weight, it'd take me like 5 minutes to get up to 65. All right, so she sent me the Raycon, and it is a load picking up at one of my least favorite places to pick up. It's the only time I've ever been there. I was there all damn day long. The idiot that was loading me overloaded me. No, wait, he underloaded me by like 10,000 pounds. Then he overloaded me by like 10,000 pounds. And then we had to go park in another spot where they unloaded a whole bunch of crap, and then they finally got the weight right. So I was there all damn day long. I got there as soon as they opened up at 8 a.m., and I can't remember when I left, but I was there most of the day. And I got covered in black soot. Their place is filthy, and I was driving around, getting in and out of the truck so much that I got covered in black soot. The inside of my truck got covered in black soot. I really don't like this place. But this is going to be my last load. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit pissed off about it, but I understand because it's a holiday weekend. A lot of these places, these tire plants, they're shutting down for an extended period of time for the holiday. And they told me last week that this was going to be a slow week, so they had a very limited number of loads for this week. All right, we got some car haulers getting on the interstate here. I'm going to go ahead and move over before this four-wheeler jams me in, because I can't tell what this horse hauler is doing. They don't have any horses. Usually when somebody's hauling animals, they are really slow at accelerating and decelerating. But since that person's empty, oh, awesome. This asshole's hanging me out in the left lane. So they merged on really fucking slow, and then as soon as they got out on the interstate, now they're taking off. Jackass. So it's going from South Bend, Franklin. There's a couple of different towns near there. I think the actual address is Franklin, Louisiana. The place sucks. Every one of these carbon plants are different. The way they load you is different. Everything about them is different. This place is Like a bag of cement or something that person just ran over in front of me. That's awesome. This is one of the worst places to load that I've ever loaded at. They have you driving all over the place on their property. They have you going places where you have to back out of. Like their scale, you can't drive through their scale. You have to pull up onto their scale and then back off of their scale because there's not enough room for you to turn coming off the other side of the scale. It's just a whole bunch of stupid crap. And since it's a live load, I have to be there before noon, which is going to be hard to do. I'm going to have to do a sleeper split to get loaded tomorrow. So on the schedule right now, I'm starting driving at 11 a.m. And I should get to the location at about 11, actually midnight, because I'm going to stop and take a shower. Well, I'm planning on stopping and taking a shower. That is still up in the air whether or not I'm actually going to do that. And you know what? We're going to go ahead and speed up to 70. I don't want to, but let's go ahead and do it because that's going to shave off like an hour. 5 miles an hour over 12 hours. That's an hour that I'm going to shave off. And it's only 564 miles that I'm driving to get there. So that's not going to be a full 12-hour drive shift. So I might actually be able to get there. So let's say, a full 12-hour drive shift would be 11 p.m. So let's say I shave off an hour because it's not, a full like 650 miles. It's 560 miles. So instead of 11, now I'm getting there at 10. And I'm driving 70 instead of 65, so that shaves off an hour. So now I should get there at like 9 p.m. And if I can take a really quick shower on my 30-minute break on my fuel stop, then that won't waste too much time. If I can fuel really quick and then go park the truck and take a shower really fast, then I'll still be on that same schedule because that schedule is accounting for pre-trip, post-trip, and 30-minute break. So I might not have to do a sleeper split. If I can get there by 10 p.m., my 10-hour break will be over at 8 a.m. That's when they opens at 8 a.m. Great, great. Four-wheeler's going to pass me just as I'm about to pass a work crew. Four-wheeler, if you sons of bitches weren't out here driving 100 fucking miles an hour, I wouldn't be constantly passed by four-wheelers. Why am I looking at another driving job whenever I hate driving? What's wrong with me? I should find something else that doesn't involve driving. We got a bunch of wood on the road. Damn it. Yeah, some kind of piece of wood exploded on the roadway. So anyway, I'll probably be there all damn day tomorrow getting loaded. And then I have to drive 300 miles to Texarkana to deliver the load. And then I'm done. That's where they're leaving me. I'm going to have to deadhead like 320 miles to the house. That kind of pisses me off that they're just abandoning me so far from my house on this contract. So I'm just going to have to eat like $200 in fuel to drive home. And I might have to take a 10-hour break to get to the house because, you know, it's like a 320-mile drive from the carbon plant to the tire plant. And then I think it's somewhere in the ballpark of another 320-mile drive to the house. So it would be like a 640-mile drive shift to make it home. That would be very, like, if I waste any drive time at all, I can't do that. And that's going to be impossible to do with the live load, because they have me driving all over the fucking place on the live load. I can try to drive like under 5 miles an hour, but that's just going to make it take longer. I don't know. Most likely I'm going to have to take a 10-hour break because doing 650 miles in a drive shift is really hard to do if all you're doing is driving. But if you're doing a live load and a drop and hook all in the same drive shift, it basically makes it impossible. So I'm going to be topping off fuel and getting a shower at the TA in Macomb, Mississippi, I think. I think it's Mississippi. The fuel prices in West Memphis, Arkansas are usually some of the cheapest in the country, but they're not very competitive at the moment. They're like $3.57. That's my price after discount, not including fuel tax. And I can get fuel for $3.57 a gallon all over the place. Macomb, the TA there, has it for $3.31 a gallon. It's a new TA Petro, and usually new locations will have some of the best fuel prices because they're trying to let everybody know that they're there. Yeah, there you go. Dumbass four-wheeler out here driving 100 miles an hour trying to pass on the right. Are they taking the exit? Nope, they're just trying to pass on the right like an idiot. And the flatbed that's out there blocking traffic has finally given up on the pass, moving back over. All right, sweet. All these slow fuckers over in the right lane. I want to be able to get past them. Don't you do it, flatbed. That flatbed's sitting there thinking about getting out in front of me. Way station in 3/4 of a mile closed. Is that a Maverick? It's painted like a Maverick. It is a Maverick. Martin. I don't like Martin drivers. Martin has consistently been some of the most aggressive drivers I have encountered on the road. And now we're in Arkansas.
Welcome to Arkansas.
So yeah, that's the situation right now. I mean, it's not the end of the world if I need to take a 10-hour break before I go home. It sucks, though. I would much rather just go straight to the house. And used to, on the old personal conveyance rules, the original personal conveyance rules, I would be able to. There was no limit on how far you could drive on personal conveyance. And driving to your home was personal conveyance. Then some dumbass Walmart driver abused it. I might get some of the details wrong on this story, but if you haven't heard the story, it's an important story. I suggest don't listen to my version of it because I haven't heard the story in a long time, and I'm going to get the details wrong. Go and find the story and listen to the actual story. So what happened was some dumbass Walmart driver that lived like 600, 800 miles away from the Walmart that he worked out of. He would commute to his house in the truck. He would commute back and forth. And he would use personal conveyance to commute like 600 miles, like a full damn drive shift. I can't remember the exact mileage, but it was an absurd amount of miles that he was commuting on personal conveyance. And then he would do an entire shift at Walmart after like a full drive shift on personal conveyance. And this idiot ended up getting into an accident with some famous comedian. He hit the comedian's limo and cost Walmart a lot of money. And it also put into question the personal conveyance rule because the guy wasn't doing anything illegal. Like, I'm pretty sure he was within the rules of personal conveyance at the time. So then they went and they modified the rule. They went out and changed the rule and provided a whole bunch of guidance and restricted the rule significantly, and then they started giving out tons of violations for abuse of personal conveyance. They started cracking down on personal conveyance, and that's the reason companies don't even want people using personal conveyance anymore, because DOT is so strict on usage of personal conveyance because of that incident. It made the entire trucking industry look bad. That one fucking idiot. You want to know why we have so many rules, regulations, and laws? Well, part of it is control, power, greed, money. But another part of it is stupid people. Laws are created because we have people who are incapable of making good decisions. So we have to have laws to try to force them to make good decisions. So now personal conveyance, I hardly ever use personal conveyance. About the only thing I've used personal conveyance for since I've been in trucking is changing parking spots at the truck stop. Like if I'm sitting at the truck stop on a 34, or I'm just camped out at the truck stop. You know me. I mean, people who follow my channel, the last couple of months has not been normal. I've been running like a normal truck driver for the last couple of months. That's not how I normally run. The way I normally run is I do a long load, like that's a couple thousand miles from Dallas to Portland, and then I'll sit at the truck stop for 2 weeks. And then I'll grab another load going from like Portland to Kansas City. And then I'll sit at the truck stop for a couple weeks. That's what I normally do. So I'm sitting at the truck stop a lot normally. And there are places I would prefer to park at the truck stop. I try to find places where I don't have direct sunlight through my front windshield because it gets hot in the truck when I do. And I prefer spots where the spots on either side of me are easy to get into so I don't get hit as often. So I'll use personal conveyance to change parking spots at the truck stop. That's about the only thing I've used personal conveyance for since I've been back in trucking. I think there might have been 1 or 2 times that I went to Walmart. I think there was one time in Portland where I drove to Walmart. I bobtailed to Walmart in the middle of the night to do some grocery shopping. And I got chased out of there by a security guard, which is really weird because I parked in the shop area, the service area where they like do oil changes. It was closed, so I parked right in front of like the bays of the service area. Went in, did some shopping, loaded up the truck, and then I'm in the truck about to pull out, and the security guard drives. The security guard drove by me while I was parked there before I went into the store. Just drove by. I guess they weren't paying attention. But then when I was about to leave, they drove by me again, and I pulled out, and they did a U-turn and followed me out of the parking lot. So I'm going to take that as they chased me out. I evaded the law. I had a successful security guard chase that I won. Man, do these sons of bitches not realize that it's a 70 mile per hour truck speed limit? The 75 is for cars. That flatbed's going closer to 80. But yeah, in the olden days, I would just be able to use personal conveyance to drive to the house if I ran out of hours. I could do the last, 30, 40 miles on personal conveyance. You can't do that shit anymore. Super strict on personal conveyance. I don't even know the current interpretation. I just don't even bother with personal conveyance anymore. They've limited it so much, and they're so strict on it that it's not even worth using anymore. The only thing I would use it for right now would be like to run to the grocery store and back to the truck stop, or to change parking spots at the truck stop. That's about the only thing that I would use it for. And even then, most of the time, I don't even bother using personal conveyance. Going to the grocery store when I'm hanging out at the truck stop, because I'm just hanging out at the truck stop. Why even bother with personal conveyance if I'm going to be sitting at the truck stop for another 34 hours? I'm not worried about my 70-hour clock. I'll just use on duty and drive time. Why even mess with personal conveyance in that situation? And Landstar not having yard move really fucking sucks. Because driving around doing these live loads on at these carbon plants just burns up a ton of my drive time. Whoa. Oh, buddy. The road is curved at the edge, and then I got a little wind gust from FedEx passing them. It's just enough to pull me over to the shoulder. Should I just stay out here and pass? That flatbed's going just a hair faster than me, or faster, a hair slower than me. I'm going a hair faster than them. And I just finished passing FedEx. We're going to go ahead and pass the flatbed. I'm going to speed up to like 72, 73, because I'm too close to get in behind them right now. And it is windy outside. That was not just passing FedEx that gave me that little gust. It's breezy out here. If I don't waste much drive time picking up the load or delivering the load, and I drive 70, I might, maybe, barely be able to make it to the house. It will be cutting it super close. Every second's going to matter. I wish there was somehow that I could, drive an extra hour in this drive shift to take an hour off the next drive shift, but I can't. One good thing is that in the morning, I'm not going to have to drive very far to get to the carbon plant. There is a mom and pop truck stop right at the exit where the carbon plant's at. It's only like a couple of miles away from the carbon plant, and that's where I parked at last time. They have plenty of parking 24/7. Almost no one stops there. There's just a couple of locals that park there. That's it. And the guy that works at the store is probably like the owner or the family of the owner. He's really cool. I went in there and ordered like a 3-piece chicken, which is like $6 or something like that, $6 or $7. And he gave me like all the chicken he had in the damn thing. And it was not old chicken. It was like fresh. He gave me like 8 to 10 pieces of chicken and only charged me for the 3-piece. It was not very good though. It was like dried out. It just had, it was not very good. Let's put it that way. It was not very good chicken. I think we're about 50 miles from West Memphis, Arkansas. And that's really the only major metropolitan area we're going to drive through in this drive shift. Yes, I'm going to drive past New Orleans, but on this particular route, I don't really go into New Orleans. I just hit the outer edge. And I'm going to be driving through there at like, well, hopefully at like 7 p.m. Why are these people moving over? What's going on up here? That car is on the shoulder of the on-ramp. It's like 2 lanes away. Why are people moving over for that? Let's see if the truck behind me moves over. Nope. I think it's monkey see, monkey do. Somebody in front of me moved over and everybody's like, oh, I should move over. There's that sumbitch crop dusting. Every time I drive through here, that person's out crop dusting. Straight ahead, a little bit to the right. Just about to go over the interstate. There, he's going across the interstate right now. It's going to be a pretty dangerous area to crop dust. They have these really big power lines over here. Wonder how he gets the crops underneath the power lines. I wonder if he's allowed to fly under the power lines. I wouldn't fly under power lines. You could create a connection to the ground and that power could redirect through your plane. Electricity can travel through lots of stuff. Are the 65s fighting it out up here? This is two 65-mile-per-hour gangs having a battle. Charger's getting by them at a decent pace. They're not going the same speed. Charger's going maybe, if I had to guess, 67, 68. All right, so let's talk about that gig life dream. I've been looking at a few things trying to, because I haven't looked into like other things in several years. So I'm trying to get an idea of what the pay is like for stuff. And I looked up one of the LTL companies. I'm trying to remember which one it was. I want to say Saia. And they advertise that they pay between like 75 and 82 cents, or it might be 84 cents a mile, depending on experience. And I was just crunching the numbers on that. A second here. I don't got jackass four-wheelers out here driving 100 fucking miles an hour. They're impatient. Schneider Electric Services. Threw my signal on so they wouldn't pass me on the right. That doesn't always work, though. I've had people pass me on the right while I had my signal on. So anyway, that's good. It's okay. It's not amazing. Let's put that into some kind of context. 75 cents a mile driving for Saia. 20 years ago, when I was a line haul driver, my mileage pay was 42 cents a mile. Now, let's put some more context on it. I drove for Swift for 25 cents a mile. And Swift, the max pay you could get at Swift at the time was like 30, somewhere around 34 to 36 cents a mile. We'll say 35 cents a mile was the max pay that you could get at Swift, and it required 10 years at Swift. I don't think it was 10 years of driving experience. You had to work at Swift for 10 years to be able to get 35 cents a mile. The mega carrier pay, almost all the mega carrier pay topped out at like the mid 30s. Like right around 35 cents a mile. And the top carriers were paying like 35 to 40 cents a mile. So for me to get 42 cents a mile as a line haul driver, I was getting paid more than almost all over the road drivers. And my equivalent hourly rate was like $17.50 an hour. So whenever I was driving, I got paid 42 cents a mile. Whenever I was not driving, I was doing dock work or I was doing local work, local pickup and delivery. I was getting paid hourly at $17.50 an hour, somewhere around $17.50. It might have been $17.25 or $17.64. It was somewhere in the ballpark of $17.50 an hour. So 42 to 75. Not quite double. But at the top end of the pay, the like 84 cents a mile, it is double. But the pay I'm comparing it to was the starter pay at the line haul company. The top drivers at the line haul company, the most senior people, were making higher rate per mile. I forget what they were making per mile. I think you topped out at like 50 cents a mile at the company or something like that. We got somebody on the shoulder about a half mile up, and I got four-wheelers coming up on me. They're going to jam me in. Come on, jackass. These people can see these obstacles in the road, and they just don't adjust for it. They're just like, I don't fucking care. Fuck everybody. And they didn't move over to be nice because I put my signal on. They moved over out of fear. They thought I was going to merge into them. All right, so what were we talking about? Oh, the line haul jobs. Home of the Colts. So if you just double... Son of a bitch, man. Another one on the shoulder. There's an on-ramp right there, but it looks like they're on the shoulder of the interstate, not the on-ramp. This is so fucking annoying. Like, I understand people need to go to the shoulder, like, for emergencies, but we have an app, and they're pulling into the fucking road right now. All right. The four-wheeler slowed down to let me over. We have an abnormal number of people parking on the shoulder in non-emergency situations. And a lot of it, I think, has to do with the stupid fucking 30-minute break rule that should not exist. People just pull over to the shoulder to take 30-minute breaks. And that has normalized just parking on the shoulder. And, you know, there are people taking 10-hour breaks on the damn shoulder. But anyway, let's go back. We'll read line haul. So the pay for line haul has pretty much doubled in the last 20 years. And back when I was a line haul driver, I was making about $56,000 a year. At the low, I was the least senior. Like, I hadn't received any. I only worked there for a year. I can't remember if I worked there for right at a year, just under a year, a little over a year, but it was almost exactly a year that I worked there. Maybe a little over, maybe a little under. I can't remember. But if I did receive a raise, I don't remember it. So in the year that I worked there, I made like $56,000. And the pay for line haul has pretty much doubled in the last 20 years. But here's the thing. The company I worked for would work you your full 14 hours every single day, 5 days a week. They would run you out of your 70 every week. But Saia is not going to do that. They're going to give you a line haul run to do that night, and that line haul run might be 6 hours or 8 hours or 12 hours. So you're going to be working a lot fewer hours at Saia than I was working at XPO or what was Conway Western Express back then. So yeah, I would be making twice as much at line haul now than back then, but that doesn't mean you just double $56,000 a year to $112,000 a year, because drivers don't do dock work at Saia. So if you're the bottom man on the totem pole, and the worst line haul run is like some 90-mile run from Oklahoma City to Tulsa, so it's 180 miles round trip, then that's all the miles you're getting for that day. Maybe they'll have you do it twice, who knows? That's unlikely, because that's just not how line haul companies work. That's not how LTLs work. Usually, the most senior people want the best paying run. And at the terminal I was at in Reno, Nevada, or Sparks, Nevada, the best paying run was a run that was like, it was like 258 miles or more one way. And it was a meetup with somebody in Idaho. You met up in like Elko, Nevada or something. I forget the name of the town in Nevada, but there were a lot of things that made it the best run. For one, it was the only run where you did not drive in the mountains. Every other run required you to go into California, and you had to drive over the Sierra Nevada mountains. And there's a lot of snow in those mountains. So you're dealing with a lot of winter weather driving. You're dealing with a lot of mountain driving on every single line haul run except that one. That one single run was the only one that went I-80 East. And it was just, I-80 East is a pretty flat, straight road. It was a really easy run. The easiest run, the highest mileage run. So it was the easiest and the best paying run. And the guy that had been working at the company for like 20 plus years, the most senior guy at the company, is the one that did that run every day. And the worst run, the one that I did most of the time, was the Reno to Sacramento. It was the shortest line haul run, and it was the most dock work. And we made more money driving than we did working hourly. If we were doing 60 miles an hour, we were making, I forget what it was, but it was around $22 or $23 an hour when we were driving. And we were making like $17.50 an hour on our hourly rate when we were doing anything other than driving. So yeah, you could make some pretty damn good money in line haul right now. If you got that unicorn line haul run, that 600 mile per day run, what would that be? Just a second here. I'm catching up with Schneider, and I've got a truck that just caught up with me that's going out to pass me. So I don't want to be doing math in my head while I'm trying to estimate speeds of two vehicles around me. So once I get out of this situation, we'll talk about it. This some bitch is slow passing me. All right, they're speeding up. And I am flying up on Schneider. I'm going to have to brake. This person has solar panels on their roof. I keep thinking about putting solar panels on my hood. I might put them on my roof as well. But I need to test them at home first. I've been contemplating getting solar panels, and I've been contemplating getting lithium batteries, installing a second battery. I have a big space over on the right side underneath the truck where I can install some compartment. I've been thinking about installing a big battery compartment over there and putting lithium batteries in it and hooking them up to the main batteries in a way to where they won't be used for starting. Because lithium batteries are really bad at burst power for like cranking amps. That's the reason we don't use lithium batteries in vehicles, is because the main purpose of batteries in vehicles is to start, which you need high cranking amps, which is burst high power output. And lithium, that damages lithium batteries. Lithium batteries are terrible at high burst output. Got somebody on the shoulder. Got a four-wheeler passing me. Damn it. Steer tire. It's just, as soon as there's an opening to my left, it closes so quickly because these fucking four-wheelers are out here driving like 100 miles an hour. This four-wheeler just flew up on me out of nowhere, and then because there's slow traffic in the left lane, now they're slowing down alongside me. So it's a high schooler. They've got senior 2026 written all over their car. So it's some kid out here driving 100 miles an hour on the interstate, and UniFirst doing 65, slow passing. We're doing less than 65. Got a couple of 60-mile-per-hour vehicles out here dancing. Here comes another four-wheeler flying up on me at 100 miles an hour. There was no four-wheeler for like a mile. And then I look back, and there's some pickup flying up on me. And there goes that kid hauling ass. And then the pickup's like, well, you're not going to pass me on the right, so they sped up. And what the hell's going on with UniFirst? UniFirst was going like 63 miles an hour a second ago, passing that truck. And I'm doing 70 now and barely passing them. What a jackass. I hate people who do this shit. That four-wheeler's riding my ass, and UniFirst has sped up to 70. Fucking asshole. I'm having to speed up to 72 to get around them. Now they slowed back down. What the hell is wrong with people? Why do people do this shit? And why were they doing 63 whenever they were passing that last vehicle? Does this person just not have a speedometer? That vehicle looks old as shit. It looks like a vehicle that might not have a speedometer in it. All right, what were we talking about? Yeah, line haul pay is decent. It's gone up significantly. Theoretical pay for 600 miles. So that would be at 75 cents a mile. That'd be $450 a day. That'd be $2,250 a week, right? I think that's $2,250 a week. So $2,000 a week is $104,000 a year. But you're not going to work every week out of the year. You're going to have vacation and sick leave and stuff like that. And whenever you take that time off, you're going to get paid at like some type of normalized 40-hour rate. So we'll just say it's probably going to average out to around $104,000 a year. So yeah, right now in line haul, if you get a really amazing high mileage daily run, you can make $100,000 a year in line haul. But if you're not doing some amazing run, then you're going to make considerably less than that. And that is still not very good money. To put that into some kind of context, the job that I quit to get into trucking, I was making about somewhere in the ballpark of $65,000 a year after bonuses and overtime and all that stuff. Shift differential. I made like 10% extra because I worked second shift, and I worked overtime, like a half hour of overtime every day, and I got around somewhere in the ballpark of like a 5% annual bonus. I can't remember the details, but I was making about $65,000 a year. And I was making somewhere around $30 an hour. My base pay, I think, was $27, but with shift differential, I was making close to $30. Just a second here, I'm just getting ready for this pass. These damn four-wheelers. Just a constant flow of four-wheelers passing me because they're all out here driving so fast. So compare that to the line haul job. I was only working about 42 or 43 hours a week at that job. Now, the line haul job where you're making $100,000 a year, you're working close to 14 hours a day to do that. Well, 12 to 14 hours a day, somewhere in that ballpark. From the time you come into the work to the time you leave work is probably 12 to 14 hours. I'm not sure if Saia drivers hook up and if they connect and disconnect their own trailers. I'm not sure of what all like hourly work that they do aside from just driving. So you're talking like 70 hours a week. $60 to $70 hours a week. Yeah, closer to 70 hours a week if you're running 600 miles a day. You're running your full 70 hours a week. So it pays very similar or maybe even a little less than the job I left to get into trucking. if you were to compare it to an hourly rate. I couldn't do that math in my head. I would need to bust out my calculator to figure out what that hourly rate compares to, because you'd have to break it down to a base rate with overtime, like, because it would probably come out to where you were making the equivalent of somewhere around $20 an hour, $20 to $25 an hour. Let's just do that at $20 an hour. 20 times 40. A second here. Oh, now the four-wheelers all want to pass. Now that I'm coming up here to pass, all the four-wheelers have been sitting behind FedEx. All of a sudden, now they all got to pass. Oh my goodness, we're coming up on a huge pack of slow trucks. All right, 20 times 40, $800. And then 30 times 30, that would be time and a half at 30 hours, is $900. So that only comes up to $1,700. We need to get to $2,250. So let's try 25. $25 times 40, I think is 1,000, but I'm trying to watch a whole bunch of things right now. So that'd be 1,000, and then time and a half on 25 is 3,750 times 30. Wow, this flatbed is going really slow. I think they just slowed down. They didn't seem like they were going that slow a second ago. Okay, so that's 30 times 30 is 900 again. So that would put us at 1,900. And then $7.50 times 30. Seven times 3 is 21, so that'd be $210. Plus $15. So that'd be $235 plus 19. So that'd be $2,135, $2,135. So they're making a little over $25 an hour equivalent. So Saia drivers are making the equivalent of somewhere in the ballpark of a little over $25 an hour. That is not very good. I mean, it's not bad, but it's also not very good. Especially considering how dangerous the job is, how hard the work is, the experience requirements, the skill level requirements. Like, it is not easy to get a job at a line haul company. And it's not easy to keep a job at a line haul company. In order to get a job at most line haul companies, they require a minimum of 1 year of experience, and you can't have had any types of issues within the last 3+ years. Well, roughly around the last 3 years. No moving violations, no at-fault accidents. Like you have to have a very clean record. Like those are the minimum requirements. But it's also highly competitive. You're competing against a whole bunch of people applying for a position. They don't have many positions open, and they get a lot more applicants than they have positions. So just meeting the minimum requirements doesn't mean you're going to get the job. You could be competing against somebody that has 20 years of driving experience. It's never had, a ticket or an accident. They have a perfect driving record for 20 years. Once we get south of Memphis, traffic should clear up a lot. We're starting to hit a very high traffic area. West Memphis, Arkansas is a choke point. Where a whole bunch of interstates converge. All of the interstates around West Memphis, Arkansas, the Memphis area, should be a minimum of like 3 lanes. I don't know why in the hell all these interstates are 2 lanes around here with the amount of traffic in this area. We're getting close to West Memphis. It is 12:08 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I'm about to get jammed in behind this U-Haul. Speed limit's dropping down to 65. Let's go ahead and turn the cruise off. Oh, and this fucking U-Haul slowed way down. I'm doing 63 right now and flying up on the U-Haul. So as soon as these cars finish passing me, I'm going to get out in the left lane. Because this U-Haul just slowed down to like 60. Now they're speeding back up. Jackass. It's amazing how people drive when nobody's trying to get around them. But then when people start to pass them, then they're like, oh, fuck, I can't be having this shit. That's why we have people driving like 20 miles an hour in single lane construction when the speed limit is 60. Is when you can't pass people, then they drive how fast they really want to drive. All right, let's set the cruise at 65. And I am getting 0 notifications on DriveWise. Way station is boarded up. They got construction barrels along the off-ramp. Something's wrong with my damn pre-pass. Why do they have the way station closed sign past the fucking exit? It's like, okay, after you exit, you're like, oh, it's closed? You couldn't be bothered to put that before the exit. Right lane closed in 1 mile. We're about to merge onto I-40, and we go single lane anyway. And there's usually backed up traffic because it's single lane I-40, single lane I-55 merging into each other. And then after like a half a mile, we get a new third lane. Wow, I'm surprised at how many people hopped onto I-40 westbound. And I'm looking at I-40 eastbound, and it's stop and go traffic over to my right. Over to the left, it's moving decent. But we get a brand new third lane here in a second. And then traffic will start moving really good. And I'm going to get over into that brand new third lane as soon as it opens up, because I'm going to be taking a right lane exit for 55 in a couple miles. Is the lane open? Yep, it is. Container drivers rolling 3 wide. Here comes a dumbass four-wheeler weaving through traffic. Ingram Boulevard. I remember Ingram. I think that's where I would exit when I went to the USA Truck Terminal. Once the interstate splits here, traffic should be much better.
Keep right to stay on I-55 South. Follow signs for Memphis, Jackson.
55 South is not nearly as popular as I-40 east-west. I'm keeping an eye on this container driver to my left, because if they need to get on 55 South, they might freak out. It's a 2-lane exit, but they might freak out and try to jump over in front of me.
Continue on I-55 South for 9 miles.
All right, we have split. Let's see if they've got the construction finished at the fuel island. Nope. They still have half their fuel pumps shut off. There's still a fence around half their fuel island at the Pilot Flying J. right, this person, we're going to get around them. They're driving skittish, and we have some sharp turns coming up, so they're probably going to get really skittish. Once we get to the other side of the bridge, we have like a 45 mile per hour turn. It's common to have sharp turns in the road before or after bridges because they need to line up the road for the bridge. So you can have some dramatic changes in the road right before and after bridges. Dumbass four-wheeler. As soon as I cleared the truck, fucking four-wheeler comes over in the right lane. You dumbasses need to figure out what a safe distance is in front of another vehicle. Idiot. They get 2 inches in front of you and they think that that's safe to pass. High loads prohibited I-55 in Tennessee. There are several low bridges we're about to go past. Like 13.8 bridges and stuff like that. The dumbass that I just passed is out in the left lane trying to pass. All right, here we go. It's big ass bridge time. And then right when we get to the other side of the bridge, within like a half a mile, there's going to be a sharp turn to the left and then back to the right. 45, I think it's a 45 turn.
Welcome to Tennessee.
Welcome to Tennessee. Man, how many states are we going to drive through today? We started in Missouri. Then we went to Arkansas. Now we're in Tennessee, and we're about to go into Mississippi. Senator Albert Gore Sr. Memorial Interstate System. What? They named the entire interstate system after him? Okay, that dumbass that I passed earlier that was being really timid and skittish through the turns just flew through that turn at a high rate of speed and has been speeding. Speed limit's dropped down to 55. I'm about to pass these vehicles as soon as I can because they're only doing 50. But that truck that I passed earlier has been driving like a maniac ever since I passed them. They're still about 1,000 feet behind me, but they've been tearing ass through traffic trying to catch me. All right, now these vehicles that I'm passing are speeding up. This is typical. When people are up at the front, they go whatever speed they're comfortable with. But whenever they get a faster vehicle in front of them, somebody passes them, oftentimes they'll speed up, just start doing what they do. So they were doing 50, and they sped up and started speed matching me. So I sped up from 55 to 60, and they sped up with me. So I sped up from 60 to 65, and they finally backed off of me. And I want to get a decent ways away from them before I slow back down. Otherwise, they'll speed back up and speed match me. All right, they're like a quarter to a half mile behind me now. We're going to slow back down to 60. Right lane closed in half a mile. It doesn't take long for traffic to some bumpy ass road. Oh my goodness. And this is some terrible road. Looks like the right lane is not closed. Looks like they moved the barrels over to the shoulder. No, it is closed.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-55 South. Keep left to stay on I-55 South.
Hey, the four-wheelers got in front of me, and then they're like, yep, that's all I needed to do. Now I can slow down.
Continue on I-55 South for 1.5 miles.
Just love it when four-wheelers pass me and then slow down alongside me or in front of me. Oh, what in the shit is going on here? What in the fuck's this dumb bitch doing? She's just walking in the fucking road. She caused traffic to come to a complete stop because she was walking in the fucking roadway. Pulled over the shoulder and just walked in the fucking roadway. All right, road's about to split. Most of the traffic is going to go to 240, and we're going to have to exit to stay on I-55 South.
Mile, take the I-55 South exit toward Jackson Miss.
I'm getting really unlucky. There's a large number of people exiting onto 55 South. There's usually almost nobody exiting. Traffic should just keep thinning as we go further and further south. I've gotten behind a pack of slow vehicles. Memphis, second worst drivers in the country that I've personally encountered. There are lots of places that I haven't been to, or I haven't been to recently, like New York City, Chicago, places like that, Miami. They may have horrible drivers, but I haven't been there recently. They're not on my list. Houston's number one, Memphis is number two as far as worst drivers I've encountered. I think that what it is, you have a mixture of people on uppers and downers on the road. You have people driving super slow because they're high on weed, and then you have people on meth or some shit that are driving really fast. And we're restricted to these two right lanes, and I can't get around these fuckers because they won't get over in the right lane. I'm going to try past them on the right. They've sped up. Now they're jamming me in this lane. They're speed matching me. When I was behind them, they were doing 60 miles an hour, 55 to 60. They were bouncing around between 55 and 60. Now that I'm trying to pass them, they're doing 65. And now this car in front of me has slowed down to 50. All right, fuck it. Fuck the lane restriction. We're going out and around these dumb shits. Fucking hate people so much. Stupid jackass. Some middle-aged white guy. Oh, and now we hit the end of the truck lane restrictions. So now I can be in any lane. As if Memphis has cops. That's one thing that you'll notice is a common theme. Are cities that have really bad drivers, typically you see no law enforcement in those cities. Like Oklahoma City has there's a Memphis cop over there on the left side. They're probably asleep or something. I don't know if they're allowed to enforce the law in Memphis.
Welcome to Mississippi.
Now we're in Mississippi. No longer in Tennessee. It was short-lived. Our time in Tennessee was short-lived. Speed limit 70 for everybody now. Truck in front of me is trying to pass somebody. Oh yeah, that fucker is slow. And that lane's about to end. We're about to go down to 2 lanes. Just these 2 left lanes here in a minute. And a bunch of slow vehicles just got in front of this truck. I don't know why they're not passing them. Looks like that truck that was speeding through Memphis is governed at a low speed. Now the speed limit is 70. They're the slow vehicle. Alright, let's speed up and get around this truck. They're going just like 1 or 2 miles an hour slower than me. I'm doing 70, they're doing like 68. Traffic should just keep clearing the further we get south. Let's get over behind Clayton Homes. Let the four-wheelers around. Oh, I don't have a whole bunch of four-wheelers on my ass. Oh, shit. We have got, like, I don't know what in the hell that thing is. Some kind of passenger tour bus something. Getting on the interstate. Looks like a charter bus pulling a trailer. Nicholas Air, your jet is ready. I don't know what in the hell Nicholas Air is. Way station in 1 mile. Yeah, my fucking DriveWise is not working. Waystation is closed. This is pissing me off. Like, I don't pay a lot for it, but the fact that I pay for something that I'm not getting is making me really mad. My DriveWise hasn't worked for like a week. Oh, I hope Clayton Holmes exits soon, because they were going slower than me until I got behind them, and then they just started speed matching me. They sped up. I hate it when people do that to me and just like set really close in front of me, speed matching me. Sweet, sweet. Look at my trucker power. I have so much trucker power. I just use my trucker power to will people off the interstate. The force is strong with me. Somebody walking down the interstate. What's going on here?
There are police reported ahead.
So they're walking back this direction. So they probably had a breakdown. And they're heading back to the nearest exit. That would be my guess. All right, so line haul doesn't pay that great. Now, your total pay is decent because of the crazy amount of hours that you're working, but your actual hourly compensation, not that amazing. I would estimate line haul pay is somewhere in the ballpark of $25 an hour. So don't want to do that. There was a FedEx job I saw listed. It was just a part-time. Basically, you were going to be on an on-call list to cover for drivers that were out sick or on vacation. I don't know what the hell the deal is with this jackass. Some people, when they get on the interstate, it takes them a couple of minutes to realize that they're on the fucking interstate. And they'll just sit out here driving like 10 under the speed limit for like a couple of minutes. And then all of a sudden they'll put on their racing helmet and go 80. But the FedEx job was listed as 2,000 miles a week minimum, or $1,400 a week minimum. So they didn't say what their hourly or their mileage minimum rate was, so we have to convert that into a mileage rate and then an hourly rate. So 2,000 miles at $14, is that 70 cents a mile?
There are police reported ahead.
$1,400 to drive 2,000 miles. I'm pretty sure that's 70 cents a mile. I'm going to stop right there because that pays even less than Saya. Oh, so that truck that was speeding through Memphis that passed me earlier and then started going really slow when the speed limit went up to 70 is not governed at 70. I thought it was a slow governed truck. They're doing 75 right now, passing me, which is ballsy because we just passed a cop in the median. They had their right turn signal on while they were passing me. It always scares me when people do that because I'm afraid they're going to cut me off. And that wasn't too bad. That's close, but that's not too close. Like, that's not like pissing me off close. They should have waited a couple of seconds, but that wasn't too terribly close. I have camped out and taken a 10 over there on the left at that rest area. So yeah, line haul jobs don't sound too appealing to me. Yes, you can make $100,000 a year doing them, but the amount that you're getting paid per hour is not very good. What the fuck is going on with that pickup? That pickup just threw their four-ways on. They just tried to jump over to the right, and then they realized they couldn't pass on the right. There's somebody having a panic attack or something. They're freaking out. They've thrown their four-ways on. They're like, I've got places to be. And I don't know why people are moving out of their way. Some special little fucking snowflake thinks that there's some special, unique individual.
There are police reported ahead.
So you might be thinking, oh, well, now they've turned their four-ways off. No, they still got them on. Never mind. So you might be thinking, well, maybe they're having some type of emergency. You're not supposed to be flying down the interstate at a high rate of speed with your four-ways on if you're having an emergency. You're supposed to call emergency services. because when you're doing that, you're putting everyone around you at risk. So let's say that they've shot themselves or something, like they've been shot and they're trying to get to a hospital, and they're out here doing like 100 miles an hour with their four ways on the interstate. That's stupid. That is incredibly stupid, because they're putting themselves at a higher risk, and they're also endangering everyone around them, because they are in no condition to be driving, and they're driving recklessly. It's like a DUI driver driving 100 miles an hour. It is incredibly stupid. So when I see somebody flying through traffic with their four ways on, driving recklessly, it pisses me off. All right, so let's flip back over to gig work. So I watched some Uber videos trying to get an idea of what people were making, how much money they're making. And one of the things I heard in a video was that you get a minimum of $4 for a delivery. I'm trying to wrap my mind around that, because there are some places that have delivery fees of like 99 cents. How are the delivery drivers getting $4? I know that they are overcharging for the food and their service fees and fuel surcharges and distance fees and fees on top of fees on top of fees. So that 99-cent delivery fee is not the only fee you're paying. You're definitely paying over $4 for that delivery. But I wonder if the $4 minimum is just for cab rides, or if that's also for Uber Eats. And I was listening to one person that was talking about how to maximize profits, because he claims to make a whole bunch of money running Uber Eats. And, he talks about how to make the big bucks doing Uber Eats, or not Uber Eats, but just Uber in general. I think he does all the Ubering. And he mentioned something that I talked about my last drive shift, and probably the drive shift before that. Basically, most of my conversations where I'm talking about Uber Eats or just Uber cab rides, Uber in general, is that something I consistently hear from Uber drivers is that a large amount of their money comes from tips, and they get a lot of $5 tips. So if that is where a lot of your money is coming from, then in order to maximize that, you want to do as many short deliveries as possible. Just to use an exaggerated example, let's say that you just do one single cab ride for your entire 8-hour shift, and that person tips $5. Or let's say that you do 30 Uber Eats deliveries throughout your 8-hour shift, and half of those people tip $5. That'd be $150 in tips in an 8-hour shift. So if the majority of your income is coming from tips, then you want to maximize the number of possible tip transactions. So based off of the information so far that I've gotten from Uber, the best way to make money is doing really short cab rides or Uber Eats. You're not really making much of any money on a per mile basis. Almost all your money's coming from tips. So Uber Eats, really short Uber Eats deliveries, are probably some of the best money makers. All right, let's do an ETA. 251 miles, it's 4 hours and 11 minutes, and it is 1 p.m., so that'd be 5:11. Oh my goodness, just got a text message of somebody wanting to buy my house. It's just, I don't know if everybody gets this, or if it's just because some idiot listed my house purchase at a really cheap price, and flippers see that as a way to maximize profit. I get tons of phone calls, text messages, and mail of people wanting to see if I'm selling the house. And it's just a whole bunch of spam stuff. It's not like it's not like a real estate agent that's like, oh, I can sell that house. It's like some shitty company that's probably sending this marketing crap out to thousands of people, tens of thousands of people. And I don't know if I've been put on a list because, okay, here's the thing. I didn't know this until some jackass that I was asking for a quote to replace my fence told me this. But this is the type of shit that people do whenever you ask for bids for contracts. They want to see how much they think they can get out of you. So, like, when people show up and they see how big my house is, the price of everything goes up, and it pisses me off. So whenever I get anything done at my house, I have to do a lot of shopping around to find somebody that isn't just a scummy piece of shit that's jacking up the price because I live in a decent neighborhood and a big house. I'm not going to overpay. But I've had some absolutely insane estimates to do stuff. But one of the crazy estimates that I got to replace the fence was some jackass that while he was trying to negotiate with me, he said, "Did you really buy this house for $10,000?" I was like, "What? No, like who, like where, how did you, like, what are you talking about? What makes you think that I bought this house for $10,000?" He said, "Oh, I just saw it online when I was looking at the address. When I was looking up information on the address, I saw that it last sold for $10,000. And I said, "No, I didn't pay anywhere remotely close to $10,000. I don't know why it's, what, why did JB Hunt just jump out in the left lane?" I don't know what in the fuck's going on with JB Hunt. I'm going to go ahead and pass him on the right, because I don't want to sit here and whatever fucked up thing they're doing. Out here going slow as shit. And I don't know why they jerked over into that damn left lane. Are they starting to pass these vehicles? Are they going like a tenth of a mile per hour faster than these vehicles? They jumped out like 1,000 feet early to pass them. Is that what's going on? Dumbass. All right, looks like JB Hunt's made it back over to the right lane. All right, what were we talking about? I don't remember exactly what I was saying, but let's go back to gig work. A lot of the people that I was listening to online were talking about like how much they're making gross. They were bragging about making like $35 an hour, $40 an hour. One guy was saying that during surges he can make upwards of $80 an hour. And I've already crunched those numbers. And yes, you can make gross around $40 an hour based off the information that I've seen. But what you're actually making after expenses is crazy low. Like, I don't think these people understand how little they're making. I think that there's so many people that just have an employee mindset. You have a lot of people that become small business owners that never shift out of that employee mindset. One of the things with an employee mindset is living paycheck to paycheck. If you have money, it's available to spend. You cannot do that when you're running a business. Businesses have unexpected expenses. Just a second here. Somebody moved over really close in front of me. Businesses have unexpected expenses, and they tend to have large purchases that they need to make on a fairly regular basis, like buying a new vehicle every few years, things like that. You need to save up money for those things. So you can't live paycheck to paycheck as a business owner. You won't make it. And there's a lot of people who move from employee to business owner and they don't make that adjustment. They just keep living paycheck to paycheck. You saw a lot of it with YouTube truckers. Whenever we were in the freight boom, people moved over from company driver to owner operator. And then within their first month, they were out there buying new cars, new houses, gold teeth. Like, it was pretty ridiculous. Like, it was really happening, but it was like a comedy sketch. Like, it was so much like a caricature of life, of like people that had never had money in their life suddenly thinking that they're rich because, you know, they're making more money than they used to, and the stupid decisions that they make with that money. It was like a ridiculous stereotype that was happening in real life. But that's what a lot of people do whenever they become business owners. They don't make that mental adjustment to move away from living paycheck to paycheck. And another mental adjustment that people seem to not be making is accounting for expenses. Because when you move from employee to business owner, whatever your gross revenue is to the business is not what you're making. What you're making is after your expenses. And a lot of people don't account for that. They're just like, I'm making $40 an hour doing Uber Eats. Well, let's do the math on that $40 an hour. It's costing you like 30 cents a mile to drive your car. That's the cost of your vehicle, is like 30 cents a mile. And then you have a fuel cost, which is, I think we calculated it as like 16 cents a mile. So your cost is like 46 cents a mile. And Uber generally pays somewhere in the ballpark of like 80 cents a mile. So over half of your revenue is going into expenses. So those people that are claiming to be making $40 an hour are probably making closer to $15 an hour after expenses. As soon as I was about to change lanes, four-wheeler pops out from behind me. Sons of bitches out here driving 100 fucking miles an hour. They're just constantly coming around. All right. Oh, I remember what I was doing earlier. I was trying to do an ETA. Just back over to the right lane. 237 miles, right at 4 hours, and it's 1:05, so that'll be 5 p.m. I'm going to get to my fuel stop at about 5 p.m., and I think it's still like 3 hours past my fuel stop. I think it's a couple hundred miles past my fuel stop.
There are lane closures ahead.
Lane closure ahead. Left lane closed in 1 mile. We're going downhill. I'm empty, so I'm not coasting fast down the hill. I'm waiting to see what this truck I'm passing is doing. I don't want to move over in front of somebody that's coasting downhill. But I'm about 500 feet, 500 to 700 feet in front of them when I moved over. So they weren't going down the hill very fast. Damn it. Got a construction barrel in the middle of the fucking road. Somebody's going to hit it before long. Tallahatchie River. Looks like the construction's about over with. Got a flatbed coming up the on-ramp. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure it out tomorrow. I'm sitting here debating on whether to rush to try to get to the house without taking a 10 or just say screw it and just plan on taking a 10. I'm going to be driving on a lot of highways, and I'm going to be doing a lot of dropping hooks, getting live loaded, and it's like 650 total miles. I think I'm just going to plan on taking a 10. I'm not going to try to rush. I'll double check the mileage to see exactly what it is whenever I get stopped. That'll help me to make a decision. Oh, I was just about to move over and we have a whole bunch of traffic merging on here. That van right there is the kind that I want. That low roof. But I might not be able to get one of those. They are pricey. Like, I don't know, there might be another version of them from another manufacturer that's at a reasonable price, but the Ford one is the only one I've noticed, and that thing is $60,000 new. It's pretty crazy. It's really expensive. I still haven't gotten around to checking to see the settlement, why the settlement was so low yesterday, if they didn't put like the last trip on it, or if all of my tire purchases finally came out of my settlement. Oh, and I've got a new problem with the truck. My fan blower is going out. Now, it could maybe possibly just be that the air filter is clogged up. That is unlikely,
There's construction ahead.
but possible. So what's happening is my fan is only working when it's at max level. I'm not an HVAC person, so I did some Googling. And what I found is that typically whenever your fan only works on max level, it's because your resistor has failed. And your resistor typically fails whenever your blower is failing, because the blower starts pulling more power whenever it starts to fail, and it overloads the resistor and causes the resistor to fail. Well, something else that could cause the blower to suck more power is if the air filter is failed, or not failed, but blocked. So, I don't think it's just a bad air filter.
There's a lane closure ahead.
I don't think it's just the air filter being clogged up. I think the blower is failing. And I say that because last night, before I went to sleep, the blower was making a noise. So if it was just simply a clogged filter, then I don't think the blower would be making a noise. So it looks like I'm going to have to replace the blower and the resistor. I don't know how much those parts cost. I'm guessing a couple $100 for both of them. And I should be able to replace them myself, so I shouldn't have to pay any crazy labor costs. And then another part that appears to have failed is my air dryer, which is an easy part to replace. I can do that myself. And I found them online for $70. And another part that I'm going to go ahead and order whenever I get home is the oil temperature sensor. That thing has been giving me an error for over a year. It's like $90 part, but it needs to be replaced whenever you do the oil change. I mean, I haven't looked up how to replace it, but I'm guessing it needs to be replaced whenever you do the oil change, because I suspect that if you take it out, oil is going to start running all over the place if it's full of oil. So whenever I get my next PM, I'll just ask them to replace that while they're doing the PM.
There's construction ahead.
So luckily, most of the shit that's breaking is fairly cheap. Why do I think my air dryer needs to be replaced? Why do I think it's failed? Well, I started having issues last winter. What was happening was I was getting a weird noise coming from somewhere underneath the truck. And it was only happening sorry, there were construction workers walking across the road and standing in the road, putting up signs. It was only happening whenever it was getting really cold. It was obvious that something was freezing up. And based on when the noise was occurring and stuff like that, I narrowed it down to being something in the air system. So I assumed it was the air dryer. Because that's, aside from the compressor, that's about the only moving part in the air system. And now, so in the summer, it was making like this really loud noise, like it was frozen up, but it was trying to spin or something like that. And then whenever the temperatures got above freezing, it stopped making the noise because the water was able to melt inside the air dryer. But every time it would get really cold, it would start making that noise because there was so much water in the system freezing up. And on this dedicated account, driving down here in the southeast in the summer, I've been getting a tremendous amount of water in my air lines. Like whenever I go to disconnect the red Glad hand, there's just water, tons of water coming out of it because of the incredibly high humidity down here. So it's not causing a lot of problems right now. Because, it's the summer and I can just drain the water out of the air system. But in the winter, it's going to cause huge problems. The air system is going to freeze up with all that water in it. Lots of flashing lights a couple miles up. I don't know if it's construction or oversized load, but it looks like it's moving, whatever it is. Might be a mobile construction convoy. Shit, I forgot about driving through Jackson, Mississippi. 130 miles I'm going to be driving through Jackson. So yeah, I'm highly confident my air dryer is not working properly. Yeah, it looks like mobile construction. End road work. Well, maybe not. Looks like they're in the left lane. The car in front of me hit their brakes. They did not change lanes. They stayed in the right lane, so looks like they're in the left lane. Spray crew ahead. They're spraying something on the grass. .220 truck stop at this exit. So this is the mom and pop truck stop that I stop at a lot. Not today, though. We're rolling on through today. They have some horrible food and some decent food. The bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich that I had that cost me like $4 was decent. And the steak bowl, which was like steak and rice in a tortilla shell, was disgusting. Way too many spices. And it's like Indian people that run that place. And they're known. Indian people have a reputation for using way too damn many spices. And when I say too many spices, I don't mean like, oh, it's too hot. I mean, imagine somebody gave you eggs and they put a whole crap ton of salt and seasoned salt and just all kinds of like seasonings on it, just like flooded it with seasonings, like the amount of seasonings as if somebody accidentally spilled the salt shaker in it. It's just like taking a spoonful of mixed seasoning is what it tasted like. It's just disgusting. You couldn't even taste the food. There was so much seasoning in it. I ate like 2 bites of it, threw it away. All right, let's go back to that gig life dream. Actually, what time am I going to drive through Jackson? It's 1:35, and I am about 2 hours away, so 3:35. Okay, that won't be bad. I was just making sure I wasn't going to be driving through Jackson during rush hour. 3:35 should be all right. All right, let's go back to our gig worker fantasy. That gig life. Mowers ahead. I can see him flashing over on the right side. Got a bunch of four-wheelers passing me. All right, I got an opening. Got some mowers on the left, some mowers on the right. Getting a call from the 619 area code. How much you want to bet it's some shitty Landstar agent? And they hung up on my call screener. For those that don't know, my contact preferences at Landstar are do not call, do not text. They're only supposed to send me load offers via email. So Landstar told me that any agent that's calling or texting me is going into other systems to find my phone number, because it doesn't show up to them normally in the way that they're supposed to search for drivers. Because I'm listed as do not call, do not text, my phone number doesn't show up whenever they do a truck search. But agents have access to other systems to look you up. So these are the scummy agents that are bypassing my contact preferences and using other methods to get my information so that they can send me cold call sales. Are they speeding up? This four-wheeler was going really slow. They were going like 10 miles an hour slower than me. Now they're going close to the same speed as me. Gig work is probably not going to be the place to be whenever the economy starts crapping out, because paying for grocery delivery, paying for food delivery, that is a luxury. That is something that people do whenever they would rather spend extra money than spend their time to go do it themselves. So I think gig workers are going to be struggling if we go into a recession, which I am quite certain we are going to go into a recession early to mid next year. I think gig work is not going to be the place to be, because you're going to have a lot fewer delivery orders and you're going to have a lot more gig workers. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to get laid off or fired, companies going out of business, stuff like that. And a lot of those people are going to resort to gig work to try to make ends meet. So you're probably going to have an abundance of gig workers, a massive increase in gig workers if we go into a recession, and a massive decrease in the number of deliveries. It's just going to be a saturated market. Not going to be a good place to be. Well, I'm going to keep dreaming about being a gig worker, but it's probably not going to happen. It's highly unlikely I'm going to do it. I wish I had a vehicle that I could do gig work in. My car, there's no way in hell I'm doing gig work in my car. It would depreciate the value dramatically. I was seriously considering trading my car for something more, like, more useful, like more practical. Whenever I bought the car, my everyday commuter was a motorcycle. So it wasn't even going to be like my primary vehicle. I hadn't even fully committed to becoming a truck driver at that point when I bought that car. It was something that I was researching and planning and thinking about. I was preparing to do it, but I hadn't really committed to doing it at that point. Thinking back on it, it was a good purchase because basically the car is worth today what I bought it for. Like I paid $27,000 for it. After interest payments and everything, like total amount I ended up paying for the car was probably around $30,000, 30 to 31. And the car is worth like $25,000 right now. It's a sports car that retains its value. Most cars do not retain value. Sports cars and luxury cars are about the only cars that tend to retain value. But if I could get a really good deal on a trade-in, I would probably be willing to get a more practical vehicle. It seems like I've passed this car before. Did I pass them and they sped up and passed me? It was a Camry. This looks like an Altima. The last slow white car I passed was a Camry. That looks like a Nissan logo. Yeah, it's an Altima. So, different vehicle. Damn it, we got a four-wheeler on top of the hill on the shoulder.
There's a lane closure ahead.
Is the lane closure really happening? Looks like they finished replacing the road. Yep, it's really happening. Left lane closed in half a mile. Yeah, if I can find one of those styles of van that I like, one of those square body minivans for cheap, that would be really sweet. Because with something like that, I could have a generator and I could put an RV air conditioner on top of it or an RV HVAC unit on the roof. Oh, buddy. This van just passed me, almost went off the road. Put a bunch of solar panels on the roof. I'm sitting here debating whether or not to skip the shower. I really want to shower, but I also really want to get this load picked up. All right, let's think about this. Let me look at the total mileage. So it's 1,009 miles all the way to the house. $696 to Cooper Tire. And $352. 1,009 minus 696. Is 304 plus 9. So it'd be 315 miles. It's 315 miles from Texarkana to the place where I pay to park the truck. And then 696 minus 352. It's like 348 miles. It's right at 350 miles to Texarkana. So yeah, it's right at almost exactly 650 miles to go from the carbon plant to Cooper Tire to the place where I pay to park the truck. Right at 650 miles. All right, now, what is it now? It's 352. Let me go back. So it's 351 total miles. Oh, no, now it's saying 348 for 168. 348 minus 168. It's 180 miles, I think. Yeah, 180 miles, so it's a 3-hour drive. After my fuel stop. My fuel stop's in 167 miles. 166 miles. So that should be 2 hours and 46 minutes. Push me there right at 4:52 p.m. It's 2:06 p.m. right now. So she'll put me at my fuel stop right at 4:52. So right at 5 p.m., I'll be at my fuel stop, and I'll be 3 hours away. 2 hours and 46 minutes. And how much drive time will I have left? I have 2 hours left on this clock, and then 3 hours on the other side of my 8-hour break. So I have 5 hours of drive time whenever I get to my fuel stop. Which is plenty of time for me to make it to the carbon plant. So I should get to the carbon plant with 2 hours to spare. So if I had to do a sleeper split, so let's think about this. So if I did a sleeper split tomorrow, no, I don't think that would be efficient. All right, so I should get there at about 8:30 p.m. if I only take a 30-minute break at my fuel stop. I should get there at 8:30 p.m. That means I can start driving again at 6:30 a.m. However, if I take an hour at my fuel stop to take a shower, then I'll get there at 9 p.m. I can start driving at 7 a.m. Last time I got there right at 8 a.m. because that was the time that it was listed that they open. And there was already trucks in front of me that were getting loaded and unloaded. So I'm not sure what time they start receiving people or trucks. I think it's probably 7 a.m. Might even be 6 a.m. I think I'm going to go ahead and take a shower. Because even if I take a shower, that just means I'm going to get to the carbon plant at 7 a.m. What I'm going to do to test the blower to make sure it's not just a filter issue is I'll remove the filter and see if that changes anything. And if it runs fine without the filter, then I know it's just a clogged filter. Come on, jackass. Don't slow down alongside me. I hate when people do this shit. They see me catching up with a slow vehicle or they see somebody on the shoulder and they just slow down alongside me and start rubbernecking. So what's the ETA to the house? Let me think here. So it's going to take them all fucking day to load me tomorrow because they're idiots at this place. So let's say I get lucky and I get out of there at noon. So I get there at 7 a.m. I get out of there at noon. And then it's a 6-hour drive to Cooper Tire. So I get there at 6 p.m. Say I leave there by 6:30. And then I've got a 5-hour drive to the house. So that would be 11:30 p.m. tomorrow night that I could potentially make it home. However, it is unlikely I can do that many miles in a drive shift. But I'll make that decision after I leave Cooper. After I leave Cooper, I'll be able to estimate what I'll be able to do. I'll be able to have a pretty good estimate of what's possible. So I'll either get home around 11:30 p.m. midnight tomorrow night. Tomorrow is, what the hell day is tomorrow? Is tomorrow Thursday? Yeah, I think tomorrow's Thursday. So I'll either be home around midnight Thursday night, or I might have to take a 7-hour break to do the second half of a sleeper split. Because I'll get the first 3 hours of a sleeper split while I'm getting loaded. So I'll either arrive at midnight or 7 a.m. Midnight would be a lot better. I would hate to drive in morning rush hour across town. What I would probably end up doing, instead of doing a 7-hour sleeper split, is I just take a full 10. Because I don't want to deal with morning rush hour. So now that I know I'd be arriving at midnight, that makes me want to try really hard to do it. I can probably do it. If I am extremely conservative with my time, I'm really careful about getting off of the drive line every chance I get. And I drive 70. I can probably do it. I should be able to do it. And I can actually make up quite a bit of time in Oklahoma because I'll be driving on a toll road. that has a 75 mile per hour speed limit, so I could drive 75 on that toll road and easily shave off probably 15 minutes. And it's going to be cutting it close. It's going to be within like 15, 20 minutes of being able to make it there. But I can probably do it. I have 4 cars passing me, and we got somebody on the shoulder. They're pretty far off the road, and I don't see anybody standing around the car. And there's 2 more cars that just popped up behind me out of nowhere, because there's another one. Sons of bitches just come out of the woodworks, man. There's another one. They're just traveling so fucking fast. There's another one. There's a line of sons of bitches. Just about to start passing me. I just had a line of like 4 or 5 or 6 cars pass me. Another line's just about to start. There's somebody else on the shoulder. just trying to remember back on my pizza delivery days. I've been looking at gig work strictly without tips because I don't like relying on tips. But every time I look into it, every time I start trying to figure out how much Uber drivers make, everyone talks about tips. Tips are obviously a critical part of their revenue. Without them, they don't make any money. So now let's change and start thinking about it as like a tip job, like pizza delivery. Back when I did pizza delivery, most of the money I made was tips. The store charged a delivery fee of like $2, and I only got like 60 cents of that, which is crazy. That makes no sense at all. So I made almost nothing on the hourly pay or the delivery fee. It was almost all tips. So my main limiting factor when I was doing pizza delivery was just how many deliveries I could do. And I had to do round trips to the store, and we were only busy for like 2 or 3 hours a night. It was like right around 7 p.m. From like 6 to 9 p.m. was like, that was the time. Sign said there's a flagger up ahead. That means that they might be like cutting down a tree or something. They have to shut the whole roadway down for the tree to fall. Up. We got more tree cutters over here. Come on, four-wheelers, get around me. Paper Transport Incorporated. Paper loads are good or bad loads. I don't really know of any in between on paper loads. You're either hauling paper products, which are typically really light, like toilet paper and paper plates and shit like that, or you're hauling raw paper, which could be like recycled trash, cardboard, which is really heavy, or rolls of paper, which is also really heavy. I don't know of any in-between loads with paper products. Just any like mediocre paper loads. You're either hauling max weight shit loads, and usually if you're hauling raw paper, like rolls of paper, or garbage that they're going to recycle into paper, you're typically also, on top of hauling a max weight load, you're also going to a really crappy location. You're going to like a paper manufacturing plant, which smells like a dump, and it's usually run down, pothole dirt roads, and lots of stupid policies and procedures you have to follow. Whereas hauling paper products, you're usually picking up at like some kind of warehouse. Much nicer. Yazoo County. I think I've only ever delivered to one prison, and I want to say it was in Yazoo City. I picked it up, I think, in the Houston area, and it was mainly just, it seemed like snacks, like ramen noodles, Reese's Buttercups, Snickers, and shit like that. And it wasn't even a full trailer load. It was like half of a trailer. It was a really light, easy load. And I pull up to this prison, which is kind of out in the middle of nowhere. And they have like a guard shack at the front. And if you went straight past the guard shack, you went to the prison. And if you went to the left past the guard shack, like a quarter of a mile to the prison was like a half a mile to a mile past the guard shack. I don't know. I could be getting my distances wrong. It's been a long time. But straight past the guard shack, like half a mile, was the prison. And then to the left of the guard shack, like a quarter of a mile. What is this? What's going on here? I was just about to get into the left lane to pass this person, and they just drifted into the left lane. Looks like they're passing a four-wheeler. But they didn't turn on a signal or anything. I thought they just drifted out of their lane. I was like, what the fuck is going on? All right, are you going to get back over? There you go. You're just going to drift back over to the right lane. Are you speeding up? Is that what's going on? Are you speeding up on me? Because I sped up to 72 to get around them faster, and they're pulling away from me right now while I'm doing 72. So this jackass doesn't want me to pass. At my cruising speed of 70, I've been catching up with them. I finally got close enough to pass, and now at 72, they're going faster than me. It's going to drop back down to my cruise speed. See if they keep doing 72. I fucking hate people like this. He's already slowed down. I cannot fucking stand jackasses to do this shit. He's slowly inching away from me. He's not doing 75 anymore. He's slowed down to close to 70. But his speed, he's not using cruise. His speed is bouncing around. Let's see if he speeds up. He's slowing way down right now. Oh my god, I hope this asshole exits soon. I don't want to be stuck behind this jackass for an hour. He's not speeding up on the four-wheelers passing. All right. I'm going to speed up and try to get around this stupid fuck because he's slowing back down again. And we're catching up with a slow vehicle. So I'm going to run him into the back of that slow vehicle. That's how I'm going to get around his stupid ass. He's already sped up. He saw me coming up on him and he sped up. I sped up to 75. And he's already sped up. Why is he so adamant about not letting me in front of him? Like, he's letting all these four-wheelers pass, but he's trying really hard not to let me pass. What the fuck is it about me that he's not wanting me around him? He's laughing at me. He's a young black kid. Caitlin just sent me a text message telling me that they swapped my bill of lading and they gave me a new bill of lading number. The jackass has slowed back down. I'm doing 71 right now. Don't you cut me off, Clark. Now he's sped up and he's got in behind me. And he's following me around this Clark Coca-Cola truck. All right, we've got some whole bunch of vehicles in the right lane. Fucking awesome. Shit. I was slowing down to let this four-wheeler in front of me, but they just started slowing down. And now here comes the jackass passing me. No, he just got in behind me. He's riding my ass. He's driving like he's in a fucking four-wheeler. All right, I'm going to try to jam him in behind this slow truck. There's a line of four-wheelers passing us. And I'm going to get out in front of that line of four-wheelers, leave him in behind that line of four-wheelers. He's trying really hard to keep up with me. He's out there running four-wheelers off the road, cutting them off and shit. I don't know what the fuck this kid's problem is. But he apparently thinks it's fucking hilarious to block people from passing. I don't know what he's governed at. In an old piece of shit truck like that, he might not be governed at all. But now he's just fucking latched onto me and he's riding my ass. He'll probably go out and pass me at some point. I don't know what in the hell his problem is. Like, he was going slower than me when I was doing 70. That's how I caught up to him. That's how I went out to pass him. And then ever since then, he's had a fixation with me. And he's just tailgating the shit out of me right now. And I'm just sitting here on my cruise at 70. So it sounds like they just gave me a new bill of lading number. So that's all that has changed. Getting a little bit of rain, just a tiny sprinkle, just enough to get the windshield dirty. All right, he's backed off of me. He's not tailgating me anymore. He's about 500 feet behind me now. Maybe he's exiting. This is the Yazoo City exit. Nope. Now he's catching back up with me. Now he's tailgating me again. "20 miles to Jackson, Mississippi." And he's tailgating me hard now. I think he's going to try to jump out and jam me in behind this truck. He's leaned out into the left lane. I'm going to move out a little bit earlier than I normally do. I was trying to block him from... I was moving over to the left side of the lane to block him from seeing it. But I'm going to get out earlier than I normally do to keep him from jamming me in behind this fucking truck, because I don't know what this asshole's problem is. But he's fucking with me is what he's doing. And if he gets an opportunity to screw me over, to jam me into slow traffic, he's going to do it. That appears to be what this asshole's looking for. Looks like he's going for the pass. There he goes. He was laughing and talking all kinds of shit when he went by me. He thinks he's doing something really amazing. I don't know what the fuck this kid's problem is. I don't know what's wrong with him. He can't maintain speed, and he wants really badly to be in front of me. But he also wants to go slower than me. He's driving like a fucking four-wheeler. He looks really young. He's probably new to trucking, and he wasn't trained properly. So he's just driving like he's in a fucking four-wheeler. He's probably one of those people that thinks that he's really cool because he's in a truck that can go faster than other people. And he thinks that makes him like a better driver than every other person out here. Most trucks out here can go 75 or higher. It's just most trucks aren't idiots like him. I just hope he either keeps his speed up or exits soon. Just want him to stop fucking slowing down and just sitting in front of me. He's already started slowing down again. I fucking hate this kid. Just a second here. Come on, man. Press the throttle. Now they're accelerating like crazy. Some SUV tried to get in front of them, and they floored it to block that SUV from getting in front of them. But they couldn't do that whenever they were getting onto the interstate. They just pimp walked onto the interstate in front of me doing 60 miles an hour and just sitting there at 60 instead of accelerating. So, a lot of on-ramp traffic right here. All right, traffic is increasing a lot. We're getting close to Jacksonville, or not Jackson. Yeah, Jacksonville. Yes, it is Jacksonville. And there's the Nissan plant. This Nissan plant is typically my marker of where the bad traffic of Jacksonville starts and ends, is this Nissan plant. Get the fuck out of the way, Hirschbach. Hirschbach is just causing a clusterfuck right here. Hirschbach's out in that left lane trying to pass somebody. Damn 65 truck out there just blocking the traffic. So now the whole interstate slowed down to 65 because we got a 65 truck trying to pass a 65 truck. Cars are starting to pass Hirschbach on the right because they're so far behind the vehicle they're trying to pass. What? Fuck. Alright. We're getting... Wow. Hirschbach is retarded. Hirschbach almost hit a car getting over to the right lane. I thought we got a third lane because there was somebody passing Hirschbach on the right. There was somebody behind Hirschbach, and Hirschbach just started moving in between the two. I was like, oh, we got a new third lane? But no, it's just Hirschbach merging into somebody that was past him on the right. They had plenty of opportunity to move over to the right, and they waited until cars started past them on the right and then almost got into an accident. Like, this Hirschbach driver is an imbecile. So I have two stupid drivers in front of me that I have to watch out for. Both of these truck drivers in front of me are retarded. And is this lane not continuing? Why are all the four-wheelers getting out of this lane? Okay, it looks like it's going exit only. Yeah, Hirschbach has caused quite the traffic jam. Right when traffic started picking up, he got out here and blocked the interstate, so now it's really congested all around me. It is 3:05 p.m. and we're doing 55 to 60. We're bouncing between 55 and 60 in a 70. I guess it's, a good thing it's not stop and go traffic. Now we're dropping below 55. This is mainly all because of Hirschbach. Hirschbach got the flow of traffic slowed down to like 65, and now we have merged traffic coming in that's slowing it down even more. Let's go out and try and pass. See how casual this young kid is? He's just out here chilling, doing 60 miles an hour. Let's see what he does when I pass him. He'll probably get aggressive and start following me again. While I'm behind him, he's just like super casual chill. Not passing anybody, just going with the flow of traffic at 60 miles an hour. Yep, he's sped up. He's speed matching me now in the right lane. Why did this pickup move over in front of me? They went from an open lane, nobody in front of them, and just decided to move over in front of me. And they're going slower than me. Like, why do people do this shit? Hirschbach just cut off another four-wheeler. This Hirschbach driver is a fucking idiot. They've almost caused several accidents. I'm going to try to get a look at him, see what stupid looks like. Don't be offended. I'm going to call out their race. I'm going to call out their gender. So it could be a white woman, a black guy, Native American, Indian, man, woman, child. Could be a dog driving this thing. Who fuck knows? It's a young black kid. Well, at least I'm hopefully past those two idiots. And I'm not going to have to deal with them anymore. Hirschbach is governed, and the other guy appears to have gotten caught up in traffic. I think they should increase the age to get a CDL. There have been people advocating for decreasing the age to 18. I think they should increase it to like 30. This white SUV wants to get in front of me. There they go. We all know that 16-year-olds do not have the maturity to be driving a motor vehicle. It is absolutely ridiculous that we allow 16-year-olds to drive cars. Everyone knows how crazy dangerous that is. You have people that are in that adolescent phase, that rebellious phase where they're trying to, lash out and prove something to everybody. They should not be allowed to drive vehicles. 18, maybe. That's when we should start allowing people to drive four-wheelers. But second here, it's starting to rain a little bit. We're getting a couple of drops on the windshield, so we got to slow down to 20 miles an hour. Now, I will say that this is one of the most dangerous times when it's raining, is on a really hot summer day. When it at the very beginning, when it starts, just barely starts to rain. That is the most dangerous time driving on wet roads, because during the daytime, the roads get really hot and they sweat oil. And then when it starts raining, you have that water mixing with that oil. So the road is basically covered in oily water, which is slick as snot. Instead of the van life dream, maybe I should just look into a really small car, a compact car with ultra high fuel mileage. Just try to find something that's super cheap, ultra high fuel mileage. Five miles until we merge with Interstate 20. You want to do it, Tesla, do it. You're going to do it. Don't wait till the last second. Just do it now. Nope. They're sticking it out in that lane. all that space in front of me. I'm really surprised none of these cars in that stacked right lane jumped over in front of me. They must be getting ready for an exit. All right, 50-mile-per-hour turns. You see all kinds of markings through here. I thought those were tire marks, but it was construction lane stuff, it looked like. Usually whenever you come up on sharp turns like this, you see tire marks all over the place for people going too fast. Lots of braking. That right lane is stacked. Got to be a popular exit coming up. Got to be careful of people popping out in front of me from that slow lane, though. There goes one. Jackson State University exit 96A. Jackson State. I think, isn't that the college that Deion Sanders coached at? Like that Division II college football team.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-55 South. Follow signs for I-20 West, Macomb. Keep left to stay on I-55 South. Continue on I-20 West for 2 miles.
All right, now we're coming to a stop. right, this lane's going exit only, so I've got to get left, probably multiple lanes. Oh my goodness, why is it stop and go traffic at 3:22 p.m.? Way to go, four-wheeler. I was just about to start moving to the left. You were wondering why I said, way to go, four-wheeler, this Nissan Maxima in front of me. There was room, there was an opening for me to move over, and I started to move over, and they sped up and blocked me. Now there's just lines of sons of bitches passing in that exit lane.
There are police reported ahead.
I need to get over to that fucking left lane to do a left lane exit. And it looks like just around this turn is what is slowing everything down. There's a cop up here. It's fucking idiots passing in the exit lane. So I'm going to start trying to move over once we get past this, whatever's happening in the left lane.
There's a crash ahead.
All right. Now,
Keep left to stay on I-55.
I'm not sure if it's just this left lane or the two left lanes or what the deal is, but we need to be left for 55.
Keep left to stay on I-55 South. Continue on US 51 for 78 miles.
Yeah, some fucked up contour to these roads. Like right there in the turn, the road like angled the opposite way it should have. Now, I would have a double wide merge on in front of me. I just have the best luck. Yep. Everybody moves over when I move over. Everybody was just sitting over there in that left lane. I move over, and everybody moves over in front of me. So whatever lane I'm in, that's the lane everybody else wants to be in. We got another double wide up here. We got slow fuckers in the center lane and the left lane. So I might have to go all the way over to the right to pass, and then go back all the way over to the left. That appears what we're going to have to do. Oh, now this Honda has sped up. Oh, now they just slowed down. They thought they were going to jam me into the back of that pickup right there. And then when the pickup exited, they were like, oh, I can't do that anymore. I guess I have to slow back down. Assholes. Road is full of them. It's clear or partly cloudy skies ahead, so this rain not going to last long. Just enough to wash the windows. That fucking bobtail will not get out of the left lane. It's going to take them a half hour to pass this double wide. They're just going to sit out there in the left lane the whole time. We're moving now. All right, let's do an updated ETA. See how far off from 5 o'clock we are. 74 miles, an hour and 14 minutes, and it is 3:30. So we are on pace for 4:44. So we're running 15 minutes ahead of schedule. That bobtail is still out in the left lane, and it's catching up with me. The bobtail is now going really fast. It's going like 75. I've got the cruise set back at 70. Here comes the bobtail, and we're about to go down to 2 lanes. The bobtail is not maintaining speed. It's now slowing down. Now it's speeding back up. Why don't people use cruise control? 4-wheeler on the shoulder, got a 4-wheeler alongside me. There's nobody else behind me for about a half mile, so once this 4-wheeler passes, there's somebody opening up the door and getting out of the vehicle. Wow. That is a very trusting young guy. He wasn't even looking. He just had the door open, was squatted down in the roadway, trying to feel for something under the car. He saw me throw my signal on. He was like, all right, I'm clear to play in the road. Man, that bobtail is just left lane for life. Must took the Smith driving course. He's found that lane of least resistance, and he's riding ride or die. Traffic is really clear behind me. I'm just behind a little pack. $38 miles to Brookhaven. That's where I got my Synergy drive tire at. $371 total cost with replacement. But I needed a mud flap and a mud flap bar, and those sons of bitches charged me like $150 to $200 to replace the mud flap bar. The cost of the mud flap bar and to replace it took the bill up to like over $500, from $371 to like $560 or something like that. I forget what I paid. Like, man, that's crazy. That's way too damn much money for a mud flap bar. Well, the bobtail has finally gotten back over in the right lane and slowed down. Now they're going slower than 70. They were doing like 72, 75, bouncing all over the place, passing me. And now they're going under 70 again. Yeah, I'm just sitting here thinking about my massive deadhead that I have to do to get home, and I'm really pissed off about it. I think they're just abusing me on my last load. They're sending me to like the shittiest place or one of the shittiest places to pick loads up. Oh, sweet, the bobtail's exiting. Yay! I'm not going to have to play leapfrog with them anymore. Wait a second here. What about a lawn mowing business? So let's say you're charging like $60 for a standard yard. And it takes about 30 minutes to mow the lawn. Then you have about 30 minutes of travel time to the next place. So you can do one lawn per hour. That's $60 per hour. That's worse than gig work, because you have more cost. So you could potentially make, well, yeah, the problem is that you're probably not going to be able to do 8 lawns a day, 5 days a week. The likelihood that you're going to have like 40 customers, you're going to need more than 40 customers, because you're going to only be mowing lawns every week or two. People get their lawns mowed typically on a schedule of either every week or every 2 weeks. So if people are only getting their lawns mowed every 2 weeks, then you'd need 80 customers to be able to have a full-time schedule. That is very difficult to do. And even then, you're making the same, about the same money as gig work. So let's say that you had the perfect schedule, the perfect customers, perfect everything. You're doing 6 times 8, that's 48. You're doing $480 gross revenue per day. You're not going to be able to do this job with standard mowing equipment. Standard mowing equipment is not designed for that level of use. So you're going to have to get fairly high-end mowing equipment. It's probably going to cost you easily $5,000 for a single good lawnmower, a single good riding mower. You're also going to need a narrow push mower, because there are some spots you can't get into with a riding mower. And that's probably going to cost you about $500. Rumble strip. I hate it whenever they put the rumble strip on the line or over the fog line, because I'm a line rider. I ride the line a lot. Just a second here. This person is not paying attention to driving, and they're going slow. I don't know what in the fuck they're fumbling around with. Don't worry, they'll get up to speed once I get alongside of them. Yep, they're speeding up. Let's get back over before they jam me out here in the left lane. "46 miles until we top off fuel in Macomb." And I just remembered it's a TA, not a pilot flying J. So I was wanting to get that chicken tender meal. I doubt the chicken tenders are going to be as good everywhere else, but that one place that I got the chicken tender meal, oh my goodness, the chicken tenders were so good. The potato wedges were old and a little soggy, but the chicken tenders were really good. Which chicken tenders are really, usually they're pretty nasty because it's dry white chicken breast meat. And chicken breast is the worst meat. It's disgusting. It's just dry white meat. But the chicken tenders they had there were like, I don't know if they were using dark meat to make it or what, but they were really good. God, I hate chicken breast. I always order chicken thighs whenever I have an option. Whenever they ask me, like, what kind of chicken meat do you want? Do you want legs, thighs, breasts? Always thighs. Thighs are dark meat. Chicken breast is the really bland, dry white meat. And chicken legs are just bone. They have almost no meat on them. So thighs, always thighs. Is a really slow box truck. Alright, looks like it's speeding up. Maybe it was going really slow up the hill and now it's gaining speed going downhill. Alright, I'm going to move out before this pickup jams me in behind it. There's a pickup about 200 feet behind me. Oh yeah, it just slowed way down again. I think that thing is overloaded. Every time it's hitting a hill, it's dropping a lot of speed. 15 miles to Brookhaven. Nice little tire shop in Brookhaven. What the shit? This SUV right here that's passing me almost ran off the left shoulder. I think she might be inebriated or something. She went out to get in the left lane to pass me, and she just kept going. Almost went completely off the road. $40 miles to the fuel stop. If I don't take a shower now, I don't think it's going to make a whole lot of difference. Is that a cop down there on the shoulder? See flashing right lights a couple miles up on the right. First one looks blue, second one looks yellow. Might be some kind of construction and there's a cop sitting out there for it. Could be an accident. They're trying to dig somebody out of the right shoulder.
There are police reported ahead.
All right, looks like a broken down car. And then this vehicle right here might be separate from the incident. Or maybe, yeah, this looks like some kind of construction. Awesome. As soon as I get over the fucking right lane, we've got somebody else on the fucking shoulder. Like, we might as well just be single lane through this bitch with everybody on the damn shoulder. 7 miles to Brookhaven, 34 to my fuel stop. Hurry up and get around me, four-wheeler, because I'm probably going to need to get back out in that left lane again in a second. Come on. Hurry up. Don't loiter. You're already speeding. All gas, no brake. This is a nice road. I say that, and then I go over a rough bridge. I mean, the road surface is decent. It's not nice. I like that there's low traffic. The scenery's good. Got these tall trees blocking the sun on both sides. Just like a really cool road. And now we're in Brookhaven. No wide loads past exit 38. Sounds like we got some single lane bridge work to look forward to. Past exit 38. This is exit 42. 42 miles from Louisiana. 30 miles from the fuel stop. Oh, Brookhaven has a truck stop. I didn't know that. North Brookhaven has a little truck stop. I think it's the next Brookhaven exit that has the tire shop. That right there might be the exit. Hard to tell. I can't see it far enough down the road. Come on, four-wheeler. Shit or get off the pot. Alright, this four-wheeler is not shitting. They got off the pot. Got one of your buddies just loitering on my left here. Otherwise, I'd have moved over for you. They're just sitting there speed matching me through that. You know, the way people drive, it seems like everybody's trying to do insurance scams. It's like, but I know that they're not. I know that it's just lizard brain. They're just running on instinct. Like we're coming up on some car merging on a construction on-ramp that has almost no merge lane. Wide loads exit now. And they're just sitting there watching this theater. It's like a TV. It's like a fucking episode of Matlock for them or something. They just want to see what happens. So they just sit alongside me on the left, watching to see what happens, blocking me in the lane. South Brookhaven. This is probably where the tire shop is at. Yep, that's it. I can see it. All right, let's see what our time is like. 24 miles. It's 4:13. So it'll be 4:37, right? $4:37. So we're running like 23 minutes ahead of schedule. And I've got 160 or 180 miles to go? I think it's around 180 miles to go to get there. I have 2 hours and 36 minutes left on my clock. I'll have somewhere around 2:10. Once I get there, and then I'm going to gain 3, so I have like 5 hours of drive time, and I'm going to need 3 hours to get there. So still on pace to get there sometime around 8:30 p.m. Shower or no shower? Shower or no shower? I really want to shower. I stink something awful. And I'm going to be sweating a lot tomorrow. And to like be already dirty and nasty and then sweating on top of that, oh, that's nasty. So we're going to shower. So I'm going to try to fuel as quickly as possible. Something else I would like is some damn hot food. But I can wait 3 hours to cook something. I think I'll have another salad. That salad last night was good. I had salad. I ended up not heating up chicken nuggets last night. All I had was salad, and it was good. So this time I might heat up some chicken nuggets to go with my salad. Alright, so what do I need to do on this stop? Window's pretty clean. I could break out the squeegee and get that big ass bug off there that's been there since last night. That bug did not even come off during the rain. That is some splat right there. And I'm going to be putting in a lot of fuel, so I'll have time to wash the window. And I need to wash my side windows and mirrors and everything as well. So yeah, we'll clean the windows. Do this walk around that I always do, almost always do when I fuel up. Just check, make sure we don't have a blowout. Sometimes the tire will go flat and it will make almost no noise. But usually when you have a blowout, the tire explodes. It's like a shotgun going off. And it'll like bounce the whole damn vehicle. The whole vehicle will feel like you went over a big ass bump. So most of the time you don't miss a blowout. But sometimes tires will just leak air instead of exploding, and they'll just go flat. I have had one tire explode, and it didn't make much noise. That was on I-40 going across Arizona toward California, I-40 westbound. Out in the middle of nowhere, I had some Landstar driver pull up alongside me. They were flashing their high beams in my mirror, and then when they were just flashing their high beams in my mirror like they were road raging or something, like they were being really aggressive. It's hard to explain what they were doing. I can't remember every little detail, but they were like driving alongside me, high beaming me in my mirror. And this was at night. They were just strobing their high beams at me. I can't remember what else they were doing. And then they just took off really fast. And I was really confused. I didn't know what in the hell was going on. I didn't know what they were trying to communicate with me. And then someone with an above 70 IQ pulled up alongside me, turned on their interior lights so I could see them, and then they made a hand motion and pointed toward my trailer. I couldn't tell what in the hell the hand motion was, but it was obvious to me they were indicating an issue with my trailer. So I took the next exit and did a walk around to the trailer and found out that one of my trailer tires had blown. Like, it did not run out of air, it blew up. And I never heard it blow up. Didn't hear it, didn't feel it. And if I remember correctly, it's a tire right lane closed 2 miles ahead. It was a tire that I just had replaced on the trailer like the previous day. Or it might have been at the beginning of my drive shift that day. I'd had that tire replaced within the last couple of days. Because I remember asking the TA Petro mechanic about the warranty, because it was TA Petro that replaced the damn tire, and I was like, this thing should be under warranty. Like, I just had this thing replaced a couple of days ago. .9 miles till the fuel stop. All right, 1 mile until the right lane is closed. Part of me, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and pass this U-Haul. I don't want to be stuck behind them in single lane. They're going slow already. Oh, great. The truck at the front of the line just slammed on their brakes. Hopefully they didn't slow down too much. Everybody's tapping their brakes at the top of this hill. Probably a cop. Nope. Not sure why they're tapping their brakes. Probably just turning their cruise control off because the road is nastier than they expected. Or maybe they're just
There's a lane closure ahead.
catching up with slower traffic. Macomb, next 3 interchanges. 6.2 miles until we get there. Lane shift ahead, recommended speed 50 miles per hour. So we're about to switch from the left shoulder to the right shoulder. Oh, maybe not the right shoulder. We're getting the right lane now. And here is the narrow bridge. Golden Corral. The small town I grew up in, we had a Western Sizzlin'. That was a fancy restaurant in town. It was a buffet. Oh my goodness, I don't want to pass, but I'm doing 65 and going faster than the people in front of me. Three miles until my exit. Looks like we're just going to be stuck behind slow vehicles for 3 miles because the left lane is jammed up and there's just a large cluster of vehicles in front of me, and I don't want to get out there trying to pass and then have to force my way over in front of people like this jackass just did. I don't know why the four-wheeler just did that. They must be taking this exit. So they were trying to pass everybody, and they needed to take this exit, and they realized, oh, there's a long line of people to pass. So they just decided to slam on their brakes, cut people off to get over for the exit.
In 2 miles, take exit 13.
4:32 p.m. It's not a very good time to be fueling up. Right around 5 p.m., the fuel island can get really congested. Wow, flatbed up in front of me jerked really hard over to the left lane. Thought there might have been something in the road.
Take exit 13 toward Fernwood Industrial Park. Take exit 13.
Yay, every sumbitch in front of me exited here. Please don't rear end me, anybody.
At the next stop sign, turn right.
Please don't be a long line at TA.
Stop sign.
If there's a long line, I'm just taking my fucking 30 and going. I'm not doing a shower. Great. That truck is going to the TA. Is the truck in front of me also going to the TA? Are both trucks that exited with me going to the TA? Yeah, looks like it. Nope, that one's going to Love's.
Your destination is on the left.
I hate it when jackasses sit back here like this. You can go fuck yourself. You want to sit back here like this? Fuck you. You're just blocking the entrance, you stupid jackass. They're just sitting back there like that, trying to squat over like 3 or 4 lanes to see which one opens first. That's not how you do this shit. You don't just sit out there blocking the fucking road. I'm probably just going to end up taking my 30 and driving on. Let's see here.
Burla Carbon, USA may be closed by...
Yeah, it's 180 miles. Oh, is this guy done already? Looked like he just started fueling. Don't do what this dumbass grain hauler's doing. This guy's a fucking retard. Not only was he blocking the road out there, but you don't inch up as somebody's rolling forward because they might have a reefer. And a reefer unit may need to go backwards and forward while they fill up the reefer. All right, we only wasted 2 minutes on that. I might still take a shower. We'll see. I'm going to pause this. All right, I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to go ahead. And it ended up not taking too terribly long, so... I am going to go ahead and take a shower. Gonna grab one of these VIP spots over here on the left. It's only gonna be here for like 30 minutes to an hour. Alright, let's back in. Backing in faster than I normally do, only because there are no vehicles near any of these spots. Ooh, man, I'm a lot further to the left of the spot than I Alright, that should be good. Alright, I'll be back in a bit. Alright, I'm back. I've been on sleeper for an hour and 10 minutes. It's 6:04 p.m. Bit of drama. Let's get out of here and we'll talk about it. The short version is that my fan blower, my blower for the cabin, me and this Landstar, other Landstar driver, just decided to take off driving at the same fucking time. That seems to always happen to me. Every time I want to pull out, everybody else wants to pull out too. Oh, you know what I just thought of? I have a fan. I can get that blowing, circulate some air in here. Poor flatbed driver, nobody wants to let him out. He started to pull out whenever I started to pull out, and that RV pulled out in front of him.
In 1,000 feet, merge onto I-55 South.
All right, I'm going to keep trying the fan to get it to work. So what happened is I shut the truck off to fuel up. Ooh, my fan or my phone turned sideways. There we go. We got it straightened out. Hopefully it's looking at the road now. I hope the phone doesn't overheat and shut off. It's like 90 degrees in the cab right now. Just took a shower, now I'm gonna sweat for a couple of hours. Yay. So at least the air conditioner is working in the sleeper, so it's not going to get up to 150 degrees in the truck. But with it being really hot and direct sunlight on the truck, 100 degrees outside and direct sunlight on the truck, it really needs both. Like, I have to run the front and the back both at level 4 maxed out to keep it 70 degrees in here. So with just the back going, it's going to get toasty. So I was talking earlier about the blower acting strange. It was only working on level 4. So like the resistor had gone out or was failing. But it was still partially, it would start working on like level 1, 2, and 3. It would blow for a second and then it would stop. And I thought maybe it was just pulling too much power or something. Maybe the filter was clogged up. Well, it's definitely not a filter issue. So I grabbed, oh my God, these things are already melting. It's so hot in here. I keep my chocolate wafers, the chocolate peanut butter wafers in the freezer. And I just grabbed some out and I was gonna eat them, just, trying to eat some cool stuff. Ooh, it's raining. This is gonna, hopefully it cools off. It's already, I just had the wafers out for a couple minutes. And they're already warmed up. So after I took a shower, on my way out, I checked to see if they had gallons of milk, because if I'm going to not have air conditioning, I'm going to be sweating my ass off. I'm going to be dehydrated. So I was looking for something to drink. I was actually going to buy an ice cream too. I was looking at the prices on the ice cream. And I was like, is this like per pack? It's like, no, this is not per pack. This is like for a single item. They were selling like a single like chocolate drumstick for like $6 or $7. Whoever owns that TA is a greedy bastard. Now, I should have known better. I was looking for the milk. They didn't have prices on gallons of milk that I could see. But the small, like, single container milk thing, like a pint or whatever it is, quart of milk, it's like $4. I was like, okay, it's probably the standard truck stop price of like $7 for a gallon of milk. Nope. When he rang it up on the register, I got mad. And I thought about taking them back, but I thought, man, I really need some milk. I'm only going to be in the truck for like 2 more days, but it's going to suck without milk. The only thing I'll be able to drink is tropical punch and water. And I'm going to be really thirsty, and I'm not going to be able to eat any cereal. Cookies aren't going to be great without milk. Are you fucking kidding me? These wiper blades that I just bought are already falling apart. Fucking truck stop wiper blades. Cheap ass, generic brand wiper blades. That they sell for $15 a piece, they're like $13 a piece before tax. And it just came disconnected from the metal piece that holds it. So hopefully it stops raining, and then whenever I get stopped for the night, I'll see if I can salvage the damn thing. Get it attached back to the damn whatever, at least enough to make it till I get home. Oh, it just keeps disconnecting more and more. Oh my God, I fucking hate truck stops so much. Yeah, $11 per gallon. I just about... The whole damn blade is coming undone. Come on, no more rain until I get parked and I can take that wiper blade off and see if I can salvage that fucker. If not, I'll have to spend another $20 fucking on a wiper blade. That's what I get for not carrying spares. I used up my last spare. I forgot to replace my spares. I used my last spares whenever I started driving on this dedicated run, and my spares broke after like a month. They started coming apart. So I bought these at the truck stop a couple of days ago, and they're coming apart. It looks like it's just this piece of wire that fits inside a slit in the rubber thing for the what I'm getting at is it looks like it's repairable. It looks like it's just come loose and I could put it back into the slot that it slides into. Welcome to Louisiana. Rest area in 1 mile. Son of a biscuit. I don't want to stop, but all right, let's stop the rest area. Otherwise, I risk the wiper blade coming completely apart while I'm driving down the road and not being salvageable. You know, if I didn't have bad luck, I wouldn't have any luck at all.
Continue straight. In a quarter mile, merge onto I-55 South.
Damn. Ground is so hot, it's like steaming.
In 1,000 feet, merge onto I-55 South.
Alright, let's get over to sleeper berth. And I'm gonna set the headset down while I go do this shit.
Head toward I-55 South.
All right, got the wiper blade put back in its slot, which is a pain in the ass because it kept coming misaligned over and over. And while I was in there messing with that, I noticed that the coolant was low, so topped off coolant.
In 1,000 feet, merge onto I-55 South.
So roll on. One problem after another.
Continue on I-55 south for 64 miles.
All right. We're rolling. Let's see. I'm not going to mess with the phone. If it's at an angle, too bad. I don't want to mess around with it too much, or I might accidentally hit a button to mess up the video. Excuse me. I'm actually going to crack the windows because it's warmer, or it's cooler outside than it is in the truck. It's 90 degrees in the truck. It's 79 outside. 78. And it's not helping much. Let's go ahead and roll the windows up. Because what it appears to do whenever I roll the windows down is suck engine air into the truck. Not from the windows, but from the floorboard. There's a tremendous amount of heat that starts coming in through the floorboard whenever I roll the windows down. Way station 1.5 miles. And I would happen to have a slow vehicle swerving all over the road in front of me right when I come up on a way station. This is the way station that's damaged. He's sitting there like making a sandwich or something. I don't know what the shit he was doing. He was driving with his knees, and he had both hands down in front of him. He's looking straight down like he was playing a Game Boy or something. I'm dating myself with Game Boy, but I don't know what the latest handheld gaming device is. All trucks enter when flashing. Well, someone has moved the roadblock out of the way so they can get in there. Oh, I'm glad I'm just about to head to the house. I'm glad these problems waited to happen until now. I can get that blower replaced at home, and it'll be a lot cheaper than getting that damn thing replaced out here over the road. The part cost is so crazy. Like, these shops buy their parts from places that have crazy markup, and then they throw like a 30% markup on top of that. So a part that you can buy online for $70, they're buying it from a part shop that's charging like $200 for it, and then they're charging us a 30% markup, so they're charging like $260. So you end up paying $260 for a part you can get online for 70 bucks. The air filters, the cab air filters, I was going to buy one in TA the other day. They charged $30 for them. You can get them online for $6 a piece, or if you buy them in bulk, you can get them for $4 a piece. The markup at these truck stops is absolutely crazy. Oh, it's gotten up to 92 in here, and it's only 79 outside. And that's with the sleeper air conditioner running full blast. Mike's Catfish. I've never been a big fan of catfish, but there was one truck stop that I ate catfish at. I'm pretty sure it was catfish, not 100%. And it was amazing. Like every catfish I'd ever had in my life was like normal size, fairly small catfish. So it's mainly just a lot of bone with a little bit of fatty meat on it. This catfish was just massive chunks of meat. No bone. Just huge chunks of meat. These must have been from gigantic catfish. And it was just, oh, it was melt in your mouth. It was so good. I don't think I'm going to mess with the blower. I'm sitting here thinking about, like, I don't think I want to mess with the blower while I'm out here. I'm so close to home time that I think I'll just deal with it on home. But what I'm thinking about is if I remove that panel and access the blower, what would I have to do to access the fan blades? Because it might just be locked up. Like the gears might be going out, and it might just have gotten into a position where it's locked up. And if I could touch the fan blades, then I might be able to free it up and get it working at least temporarily. It's a good thing I'm going to be sleeping at night, because I wouldn't be able to sleep during the daytime. With only that sleeper air conditioner going, it'll get up to like 85 in here during the daytime. Like right now, it's only 80 outside and the sun's going down. There's not direct sunlight on the truck. Well, shaded sunlight. There's not like full sunlight on the truck right now. And it's struggling. Like it's 89 degrees in the truck right now. Man, it sucks. Like in the last couple of months I've been running this contract, I'm basically replacing the entire HVAC system in this truck. Replace the AC compressor. Now I'm going to be replacing the blower. Hopefully that's not too expensive. Excuse me. "7:02 p.m., 134 miles away. Should be getting there right at 9 p.m. Now, this is a busy on-ramp. Damn, Ashley Furniture, get some! Get some! Ashley did not move over for any of those four-wheelers. Ran them all into the shoulder. I feel you, Ashley. I feel the same damn way about four-wheelers. It's easy for them to accelerate and decelerate. They have plenty of room to merge. They can figure their shit out. There's no reason for us to get these big-ass trucks moving from lane to lane for those entitled little shits. You little shit. I-10 West. We're not going that direction. And there is I-12 East. And now Interstate 55 and Interstate 10 are becoming one. We are merging. Oh, we don't have a heavy on-ramp here. Oh, wait, spoke too soon. Not too bad, just two four-wheelers. Now, this is a pretty casual drive. It's a lot easier than driving down 57 into New Orleans. 57 down into New Orleans, you have to drive all the way across New Orleans. This route, you don't even really hit the edge of New Orleans. Kind of hit the edge of New Orleans. Traffic gets a little heavy when you get close to New Orleans, but doesn't last very long. And then you get on the 310 and then Highway 90 and smooth sailing. Except the people on Highway 90 drive weird. People in general like to form packs. They'll speed match each other and form packs of cars. The people on Highway 90 are more lizard brain than most people. They aggressively form packs, and they don't casually speed match. They will hardcore speed match, and they will fight to keep trucks behind them. It is frustrating to try to pass slow people on Highway 90. They will fight you.
Well, it's down to 86.9 degrees in here, and there's a cool breeze that my fan is blowing on me. That fan is really making this tolerable. Without that fan blowing on me, I would be sweating my ass off right now. But even though it's 87 degrees in here, it feels comfortable with that fan blowing on me because that fan is blowing a cool breeze. And at night, I should be able to get it down to a reasonable temperature that I can sleep in. And this is hopefully going to be the last night that I need to sleep in the truck. And I'll have the... So now I need to replace the blower, possibly the blower resistor. The air dryer. And that oil temperature sensor.
Yeah, I think Louisiana probably has the most bridges by miles. The most miles of bridges. And I say that because of all the swampland, and they have these long ass bridges in the swampland. Oh my goodness, to be so carefree that I'd just be out fishing right now. Have my own fishing boat, that'd be nice. I need to make the you know something I just thought about. The sailboat dream, that's still a dream. I still hope to be able to somehow make that happen, but I can't think of a way to make money living on a sailboat. "15 miles to the I-10 junction." But I was just sitting here thinking, one of the things that would really suck about the sailboat is no air conditioning. But with enough solar panels, I could just get one of those portable air conditioners like I'm planning on putting in the truck and just have it in the bedroom. Because I really just need air conditioning for sleep. It would also be nice to have one but I could move it between like the bedroom and the main room, just to keep it tolerable in the main room during the daytime. And with an adequate amount of wind and solar, I should be able to create enough power without running, the generator to power the air conditioner. And something else I was thinking about is, as far as solar goes, I could probably rig up something with flexible solar panels where I can like glue some type of material that floats, like styrofoam. Just a thin layer. It doesn't even have to be a complete layer, just strips of styrofoam, thin strips. And I can roll up the solar panels and then during the daytime, whenever I'm parked stationary or whatever, I would likely be sitting stationary a lot, and it would be in areas where there was very still water. And I could just unroll that out onto the water for extra solar panels. $110 miles to go, and about 90 miles of it is on highway, so I should be getting really close to the end of the interstate. We're just going to dip into the edge of New Orleans for a couple of miles and then get onto the 310 and get out of New Orleans and then get onto Highway 90, I think it is. 7 miles
until I-55 ends and this just becomes Interstate 10. Right now it's both. All my time driving around, I don't have a whole lot of time to look, and alligators are not easy to spot, but I've never seen an alligator. What is the deal with the truck behind me? It's still like 1,000 feet behind me, but it's out in the left lane. Why do people get out like a quarter of a mile behind people? Why do they get out in the left lane to pass that far back? I've always assumed that it was people who had a bunch of like radar equipment and automatic braking and stuff like that in their trucks, and it's going to be throwing all kinds of errors if they're approaching a slower vehicle. Might even stop them from approaching the vehicle. It might just slow them down. That's what I've always assumed, but I don't know if that's the case. I've never driven a vehicle that has those features. I know that Prime Incorporated, I've watched videos of their like cruise control system with the radar, and if they start to approach another vehicle, once they get within a certain range of the vehicle, they'll start speed matching them. Their cruise control will just speed match the vehicle in front of them. So Prime has to get out in the left lane to be able to pass. They can't get close to another vehicle. Their cruise control won't let them, or they'll, have to pedal it. All right, the truck has finally caught up with me. It's a Western Star. It's still about 50 feet behind me. This four-wheeler in front of me is annoying. I hate it when people sit there and speed match me like this. It's taking a lot of my focus just to pay attention to this four-wheeler in front of me, because they want to go slower than me, but they don't want to be behind me. Now they're slowing way down. They slowed way down, got close to me, and then started speed matching again. Fucking hate people who do this shit. Now they're speeding back up, trying to stop that truck from passing them. I bet it's a woman that doesn't even know what she's doing. That's the biggest difference I've noticed between men and women, is intent. Women seem to drive around just kind of clueless as to what they're doing. They're doing really fucked up shit and they have no idea. Men tend to know what in the hell they're doing. They're doing it intentionally.
In 2 miles, use the left 2 lanes to take the exit.
If a guy speeds up on you, it's typically intentional. One and a half miles until this becomes just I-10, I-55 ends. She's slowing down again. It's just really annoying to have somebody do this.
Take the exit toward I-10 East.
Because it requires a lot of focus when somebody's this close to me. I have to focus on them. Please exit with the truck.
Use the left 2 lanes to take the exit toward I-10 East.
Nope, they didn't exit. That actually looks like a guy. Fuck you. And he looks like he's clueless, like he doesn't know what in the hell's going on. So he's probably a feminine guy. All right, now we're on I-10. Nine miles until the 310. Some fucking weekend warrior that's just set on passing me. Once I get onto the 310, there should be almost no traffic. Great. These slow vehicles in front of me, they see me coming up, and they're like, oh, I've got to be moving faster than a truck. So now these slow vehicles are jumping out into the left lane and going slow. And now the assholes behind me that sped up to get in front of me, once they get in front of me, they fucking slow down. This jackass with the boat sped up to 75 miles an hour to pass me. And now he's doing 63. Let's go, Yamaha. You want to roll? Let's roll. I hate it that people just want to be in front of me, but they want to go slower than me. Just constantly have people in front of me that if I slow down, they slow down. They just sit at an unsafe distance in front of me, not letting me pass. Last time I was on this road, there was a group of bikers causing a huge backup. They thought they were a bunch of cool kids. Yamaha speeding up, trying to keep me from passing, but he's stuck behind a slow vehicle. Jackass. Some middle-aged white guy with a pedo stash. And once I made it by him, he slowed way down. He slowed down to like 60. And he's dropping way back. Why do people do that? Like, why do they act like race car drivers to get in front of me and to try to stay in front of me?
In 2 miles, take exit 220 for I-310 south for Booty, Homa.
I don't understand what the hell is wrong with people. $85 in here. And it's showing that it's 85 outside. But it actually feels comfortable with the fan blowing on me. 1 mile until my exit. Not a whole lot of traffic on this road. And there's going to be even less on 310.
In half a mile, take exit 220 for I-310 south for Booty, Homa.
$50-mile-per-hour exit.
Take exit 220.
This is not a 50-mile-per-hour exit. I'm doing 57 right now, and I could easily take this at 60. I don't know how the hell they determine what the exit speeds are, but it's wildly inconsistent. There are some turns I get it up to where it's like, this is a 60 mile per hour turn. And I'm like, I could take this thing at 75, no problem. And other turns I get up to, it's like, this is a 60 mile per hour turn and I'm doing 50 miles an hour. And I'm like, would feel more comfortable doing 45. There just doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it. You would think they would have some kind of formula. The engineers would have a formula about like the grade, like the slant of the road and the friction of the road, like how grippy it is, and the turning radius, and like all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of things that you could take into consideration. But they should be able to come up with some kind of formula. To where you know what a 55 mile per hour turn is like. You know what to expect. "10 miles until Highway 90. 89 miles from the carbon plant." Get down here in southern Louisiana, it just feels like you're always on a bridge. All right, are you exiting four-wheeler? You're going really slow. Fucking shit, man. Hurry the fuck up. This jackass, when I tried to get over, he just fucking stopped alongside me and started speed matching me and just ran me into the back of this slow fucking car. Fucking hate people so much. Stupid jackasses. Happens to me all the time. Every time I run up into some kind of situation where there's a slow vehicle in front of me or somebody on the shoulder, a cop, whatever, construction, cars alongside me will just slow down and start speed matching me and run me into the lane, just jam me into whatever the hell obstacle is in the lane. And now this jackass has made it in front of me, he's just speed matching me. God, I hate people so much. It's frustrating. Yeah, this is making me think, why in the hell am I looking for another job where I'm going to be driving out here
Use the right lane to take the US 90 West exit
with these idiots? Like, I don't like driving. It's dangerous, it's stressful, it's frustrating. I need to find something that doesn't involve driving. Something that involves a sailboat in the Florida Keys. Freeway ends in half a mile. You don't really hear the term freeway very much outside of California. California calls every damn highway and interstate a freeway.
In half a mile, use the right lane to take the US 90 West exit toward Houma.
All right, about to do some city driving. Gonna be driving on some stoplight streets for a while.
Use the right lane to take the US 90 West exit.
Sweet. Everybody's stuck at a red light. I got all the room to get over. Son of a bitch. Is it going to be like this where I'm going to hit every fucking red light in town? There's really a light that does not go to a roadway. It goes to a damned convenience store. New loaded jalapeno Whopper. I like jalapenos. You know, something about the gig work, the Uber,
Great. The massive pack of cars that got caught up at the other light caught up with me because I got stopped at that light. Now I'm in the middle of this huge pack of cars. But one of the things it said with Uber was that you make more money at night because there's a lot less Uber drivers at night. So you have a lot less competition. Yeah, a turn signal would have been nice there, mister. They just slammed on their brakes and jumped over onto the shoulder to make a right turn. No turn signal, no nothing. Just slam on the brakes and jump over to the shoulder to turn. Maybe they don't have a signal. Bayou Gooch. Gouch. Gaucher. No idea how they pronounce their bayous. And this is the problem I run into every fucking time I'm on Highway 90. Is these sons of bitches like to just drive in packs and they cannot stand people passing them. They drive in slow packs and they like aggressively defend their spot in line. And they will not get out of the left lane. Every single person in this pack is getting around in front of me. And I'm just stuck behind them. Because they keep getting alongside me and blocking me in. And this son of a bitch in front of me just keeps slowing down more and more. Now she's speeding up. Oh, we got somebody to jam her in. You know, I think that the people here drive like this because of the heavy law enforcement presence. Every time I drive through here, I see a lot of cops. I haven't seen a single one this time, but every other time I've been through here, I've seen a lot of law enforcement. This person just keeps speeding up and speeding up, trying to pass her, but she just keeps speeding up. I'm going to move over and let the cars behind me around because they're getting furious being stuck behind me. But these damn four-wheelers just keep speeding up. But when I get behind them, they slow down. Like they've already fucking slowed down. I was doing 64 trying to get around them. Now I'm down to 55 and still slowing because I'm catching up with them. This is the kind of shit I deal with every fucking time I'm on Highway 90. You see how they're all close together now? That's because all these back here at the back sped up to keep me from passing. And they accordion. And they all got really close to each other. Once we get past this light, I'm going to try to pass them again because they're doing like 53 miles an hour. You know what? I might do it before we get to this fucking light. Because I'm getting tired of doing 50 and a 55. Fuck! Yeah, I'm going to get every light. Awesome. Last time I was driving through here, it was dark. And there was a pack of four-wheelers. I don't know how many there were. There were several. 4 or 5 or more. And one of them took off and just drove across the road right in front of me. I almost hit him. And there were like 4 or 5 others that were sitting in the median. See how aggressive they are to get around me? And then once they get in front of me, they just go back into pack mode. All right. All of these in front of me are speeding up quite a bit to keep me from passing. All these people were doing like 52 miles an hour a second ago. Now they're doing 65. So I think I've figured out the secret sauce to driving on Highway 90. I just have to drive out in the left lane. If I ever get in the right lane, traffic will slow down to like 5 or 10 under the speed limit. So I have to be out in the left lane. Otherwise, I'm going to be driving 5 to 10 below the speed limit. Big Top Fireworks. Oh, I caught them all. All these four-wheelers that were doing 65 slowed way down in that turn, and I flew by them. You know, I'm sitting here thinking, trying to be positive about this whole situation of all the shit that's breaking on the truck. Getting a new blower, I'm pretty sure the clutch was out on my old blower unit, and it would not stop blowing. Like the fan would blow 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, anytime the truck was moving, not stopped. If the truck ever stopped, the blower would stop. Okay, the car that I passed a minute ago has sped up and is speed matching me and riding my ass. And that big pack of cars that I got away from has all sped up. The speed limit has gone up. But they're speeding now. Yep, here comes all the cars I passed a minute ago. They were doing like 52 when I was behind them. They sped up to 62 when I was trying to pass them. And then the speed limit went up from 55 to 65. And now they're out here driving 70, 75 miles an hour passing me. Oh, this guy's a real treasure. He saw that car merge on in front of me and floored it to get alongside me so I couldn't move over. But that car ended up jumping all the way over to the turn lane. All right, traffic is starting to spread out. Some of the pack didn't speed up, some of it did, so I got people
that sped up past me, people that sped up and are behind me, and then people that stayed going the speed limit and are quite a ways back there. Shouldn't be too long until we get rid of all these people. I need to figure out how much money I have left to be paid. Probably not going to bother with that until I get home. All right, speed limit's gone up again to 70. And now I have more four-wheelers from behind me that are speeding up and passing me. Now they're comfortable doing 80. Yeah, salad and chicken nuggets with sweet and sour sauce. That is, I think that's what's for dinner. You know what I need to get is a screwdriver set. This car exiting and slowing way down. Yes. All right, good. I was waiting to switch lanes. Some rough ass bridge connectors. Good thing that this is an empty trailer. Otherwise, that would have been like throwing my back out. You would think Louisiana would be good at connecting bridges since they have so damn many of them. But maybe they have so many that they got complacent. Just said, screw it. "57 miles, and it's 8:11 p.m. So yeah, it's going to be right after, a little after 9 p.m. So I'll be able to start driving again at 7 a.m. That's fine. That'll work. Should be smooth sailing from here on. Oh, I hope these people exit soon. Just more assholes that want to be in front of me but don't want to go faster than me. They've just been speed matching me. Never let them know your next move, tanker. The tanker just took a left turn with a right turn signal on. Is this the same asshole that jammed me in behind that slow car and then passed me? Flew by me really quick? I can't remember. Damn, that was a rough connector. Even for being empty, that slammed me around. Chakahula is the next right. The exit where most people are gone, I don't remember what exit it is, but I remember it's an exit on like a bridge. Like it's not a huge bridge, but like a medium-sized bridge. We're going over it, and then there's an exit off of it. And that's where almost all the traffic disappears. This is listed as a 65 mile per hour turn. I'm doing 70 through it, and I feel like I could do 80 around this thing. $81 degrees outside, 84 in the truck. Oh, damn, Louisiana, fuck. Louisiana's got some rough bridge connectors. $40 miles to go. Now the 40 miles is all the way to the carbon plant. I'm not going all the way to the carbon plant. It's 34 miles until the exit. It's about 5 miles from the truck stop to the carbon plant, so it's about 33 to the exit, and then we'll say 1 more mile to the truck stop. So we're 34 miles away right now, approximately. 320 miles tomorrow is going to be bobtail. I hate driving bobtail. A lot of people love it. I don't like it. The truck is designed to haul heavy loads in a trailer. Whenever you're driving around bobtail, your brakes are way too powerful. Your torque is way too high. So it's very easy for you to break traction with braking. It's very dangerous to come to a stop when you're bobtail. You just don't have enough weight on your tires to stop. And then acceleration, it's really easy for you to spin out. Press the throttle down too hard and spin the tires. And your lights aren't very easy to see when you're bobtail. The trucks just aren't designed to be like driving around bobtail. It has the absolute minimums to be able to go around bobtail. They're not designed to be driven bobtail over long distance. The expectation is that you're just going to be bobtailing like on the property. You're not even going to be leaving the property. You're just moving between trailers on the same property, or you're just driving, 5 or 10 miles. I don't think there's an expectation that you're going to be driving hundreds of miles in these trucks bobtail. Good Lord, man, this thing's like a fucking trampoline. This looks like it. Yeah, this is the spot. This is where most of the four-wheelers usually get off. It's a medium-sized bridge with an exit on it. Oh, my goodness, man. No, maybe this isn't it. That had an on-ramp, but I could have swore the bridge I'm thinking of had an off-ramp at the beginning of the bridge. That might have been it. I'm old. My memory isn't the greatest. Morgan City, next 2 exits. But at least the vehicles in front of me have pulled away a little bit. They're at a safe distance now. Not even all the way dark yet. Got assholes with their brights on. Oh, this looks like a sharp turn. Yeah, this should have been marked as like a 60 mile per hour turn. I'm doing 63 and I feel like I'm going a little too fast. I don't remember seeing a single sign on that turn. It's like, man, that looks like I shouldn't be doing 70 around that thing. Port of Morgan City, next right. Is this what I'm remembering? We're going up over a bridge and there's an exit right at the beginning of the bridge. Maybe Morgan City was what I was remembering. Speed limit's dropping down to 60 up ahead. Food sounds good. I'm hungry. Last night, I don't think I ate much of anything. I think I just had that salad. And salad is not very filling. But we're going to have salad and chicken nuggets tonight. Atchafalaya Natural Heritage Area, something like that. Oh my goodness, this person is slowing way down. And I know what they're going to do if I try to pass them, because they've been trying to keep me from passing them for a long time. Oh, there they go. They're speeding up. That's the reason they were slowing down, is because they had a slow car in front of them. But now that I got close to them, they're like, fuck, that truck's going to pass me. I got to do something. And then they hopped out to pass that slow car. Somebody just did a U-turn in front of us. Hollywood Plaza Casino. Alright. We're going around. Be prepared to stop when flashing, and it was not flashing. So we're prepared to run it. Fireworks over on the right, straight ahead, a little bit to the right. This jackass four-wheeler that I just passed is sped up. Looks like it's not a fireworks display, probably just somebody lighting off some big-ass firework. There's another one. Yeah, it's probably just somebody bought some big-ass fireworks. They're setting them off. There's a ton of spots around here to park a truck. There are a lot of casinos that have truck parking. I think there's several truck stops. This is a very, very trucker-friendly area right here. Yay, that truck that's been trying to keep me from passing them forever just took a left. we're getting there, 3.5 miles until the exit, and the bugs are going crazy on the window. It's like rain. Ugh. Damn, this is some rough ass road. Goodness gracious, man. Oh my God.
In 2 miles, take the State Route 317 exit toward Burns Point, Centerville.
Now I gotta remember, this time when I park, there are lines. Like, when I got there at night last time I parked here, I didn't notice that there were actual lines in the parking lot. I couldn't see them at night. But during the day, you can barely make them out. Like, there's not much paint left, but it's there. So I got to remember this time that there are lines and make sure I park within the damn lines. Last time, I was like parked across 2 parking spots. Luckily, there was like only one other truck that parked there while I was there, aside from the locals that were perma-camped. Half a mile.
In half a mile, take the State Route
Centerville.
317 exit toward Burns Point, Centerville.
So Centerville, Franklin, and North Bend are the 3 towns I've heard that this carbon plant referred to. I think the actual address on Google is Franklin, and I think the address I've seen on the paperwork is Franklin.
Take the State Route 317 exit. In a quarter mile, use the left lane to take the ramp to State Route 317.
.56 p.m., so we're a couple minutes ahead of schedule.
Use the left lane to take the ramp to State Route 317. Then at the next stop sign, you'll turn left.
2 hours and 34 minutes of drive time left. My expectation was 2 hours.
Turn left onto State Route 317.
Awesome, we got a clearing. I can't see shit to the left. We're just gonna swing as wide as we can. I wish I had lights to the side for whenever I was turning in dark areas like this so that I could see where it is that I'm turning into. Little casino looks busy. Whole bunch of cars parked over here on this side. It has this mom and pop has a casino. Oh, they got a fireworks tent right there. Maybe I should go get some boomsticks. What in the shit? Is that a carbon black? That looks like a carbon black trailer right there. Why would you park like that? What in the hell is wrong with people? of all the parking spots with all the parking places, like all the options available, and this guy just, oh, cats are running away. This guy just parks right there in the middle of the damn road. Is that, maybe that's a marked parking spot? I have no idea. It doesn't look like it. And it looks like he's blocking a whole bunch of shit.
Turn right into the parking lot.
Holy damn.
Turn right onto State Route 317.
There's actually a whole bunch of people parked here. I would like to park somewhere that well, there's not a whole bunch of people parked here, but there's a whole bunch of like flatbed trailers
then make a U-turn.
that are dropped here.
Make a U-turn, then turn right.
There's just tons of flatbed trailers.
In 400 feet, turn right onto State Route 317.
I don't even know what spot I'm headed for, to be honest. I'm just trying to hit the general vicinity of an open spot. I wasn't even sure if there was enough room for a trailer to fit in between these two flatbeds. Fucking shit, man. They got these damn spotlights on top of the building shining this direction that are just blinding. I can't see shit with those lights in my eyes. I'm doing a straight back. And I'm going to have to get out and look because of those damn lights. I can't see anything.
Exit the parking lot with State Route 317.
Alright, yeah, it looks like I'm good. Let's switch to PTI. Damn spotlights are not helping at all in this damn parking lot. I think I'm angled a little bit. Yes. All right, I think we're good. I suspect that whoever owns all these flatbeds has some kind of deal with the owner of this truck stop. Because this truck stop is just like completely full of flatbed trailers. It was not like this last time I was here. All right, that's the end of the trucking journey for the day. Now I'm gonna, it's 9:03 p.m., so we actually right on schedule. Thought we were gonna be a few minutes early, but took us a few minutes to get parked. So I'm gonna give me something to eat and try to get some sleep. Hopefully the sleeper air conditioner can keep up with everything. Good night. It is 9:04 p.m.